Let's give this a go. I'll take a look at it, Sporks. Thank you very, 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 very much. Hey, Walker. Freaking arithmetics. Bro, I just can't look at chat, man. Y'all spoil everything. I know, Sporks. It wasn't you. I'm mad at Walker. I'm not mad at you. Bro, what are you doing, Step Roadhog? That's why. What is this? Whoo! Okay, doke. I don't know. Looks like a pretty solid new skin to me. It better have Jiggle Fizz. Oh my god. This doesn't have anything to do with Overwatch. Why is this on the thread? Fine. True, this is already mythic. Hey dad, the horse is here. This is something. What is that? Oh, I thought that was Orisa Mythic instead of Mauga? Well, why would they? The character's literally just coming out. Why would they do a Mauga Mythic? Alright, this is the funniest one. Orisa next season. Oh. Well, how I know Kakarot is going to be. I love Orisa, so I'm ready. I'm going against Orisa and Mauga for the entire season for this game. I thought they would have given Mauga the Mythic Sting as this is his season, but whatevs. Well, I just remember. Okay, so Mauga got a map. Mauga's getting released. Mauga got teased, and Mauga's already going to make Reinhardt and Winston players super, super, super miserable. Hold on. Hold on, here it is. It should be this one. I think it's this one. I believe this is it. Here we go. Yeah. The lower list of the changes currently being tested, that is Aaron Keller, stated Mauga's launch is still a few weeks away, so the exact numbers could be tuned more. Okay, so the beginning of the next season, unless they change something, this is what this is what they're kind of looking at. So number one, replace a chunk of his health with armor. We're experimenting with 150 internally. That's allowed. That's allowed to armor. That's allowed to armor. Reduce the size of its head's hit volume. If you guys think about it, this is like the opposite of what they did for JQ and the opposite of what they should do for Kiriko, because Kiriko's head is impossible to hit. Not impossible, it's very difficult for how stupid it is. Like, she's high threat, hard to punish. And one of the things that make her hard to punish outside of her 2 invulnerability abilities and her wall climb and her high rate of fire is also the fact that she's really hard to headshot. Really hard to headshot. On close range, medium range, long range, she's really hard to hit. Anyway, I digress. Increase the damage reduction on overrun. Originally, it was at 30%. We're testing it at 50. Also, this can no longer be interrupted by hack, so it'll be fully unCCable, basically. Fully unCCable. Increase the lifesteal on cardiac overdrive. Do y'all remember? JQ was broken because of her shout being too beneficial for everyone that was involved with it. And they say increase the lifesteal and cardiac overdrive. If they increase the lifesteal and cardiac overdrive for Mauga only, and everyone else gets the same rate that it's currently at, this could be okay. It could be manageable. If they buff it across the board to where it's affecting everyone, or even changing the AoE of it to too much, this could be an issue very, 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 very quickly, and it's going to be not tattoo. Yeah, Mauga's coming out, and Arissa's getting a mythic. This is about to be a thing. Let's do this one. It's about to be a thing. That's all I'm going to say about that. We're going to have to take a look at some stuff. Unless the entire thing is a Skamaz and there's actually a Widow grapple happening in the background that we completely missed, and the Orisa thing is a debate and it's actually a Widow mythic, that would be so funny. That would be hilarious. Imagine. Like, actually imagine. That'd be nuts. If we're actually being Skamazed. That would be kind of crazy. To be honest. Is playing Premier all season? What's Premier, Walker? Who dat? I need to give this a Google. Ah, I understand. Chat, I really need to win the lottery. What's up, Jakob? Oh, I'm going to do a special little thing. Jay, if you can hear me, let me know. I'm with Overwatch. They allow 5 stacking. GM is word. Hey, Sleeper. Boring. I have clips for you. Fine, sleeper. We're gonna be doing our VODs in a little bit. I kind of want to start the day off with some games. I want to do something for actually sleeper. This will benefit you as well. And then Jay, if you can hear me, let me know because this will also be for your benefit. So I'm gonna make sure that you're here for it. I did see Coach Spilo put out a video about DPS, like a 13-hour long video. I didn't watch the whole thing. I did watch the beginning chunk where they talk about what you're supposed to be doing as DPS. There's two and a half things I highly disagreed with, and it's not because of what he said, it's because of how vaguely he said it, where I'm like, you need to go more in depth, because like the vast majority of people, they're going to take that way out of context and they're going to do everything wrong. So I think at this point I need to make a video. I think I kind of have to, because I like what he was doing. I'm like, I think this can help a lot of people. I still need to go through and see the examples that he gives for the entire roster. Am I Jay, or do you need me, Jay? I'm the Jay. But there's a couple of concepts that he went over that I think are way too vague, and people are going to misinterpret them, and they're going to end up shooting themselves in the foot. The best example I can give of this, y'all, and this is, I think a lot of GM players know of this person, and they go, "What are you doing?" It's Awkward. Awkward is was a very high ranked support player in Overwatch 1, and what was interesting is that in his unranked GMs, he kept doing the whole damage thing as a support. And he actually had to come out and be like, okay, but don't forget, you should also kind of keep your teammates from dying. Because what a lot of people were doing, and this was in the thousands of people, they stopped healing completely. They stopped healing their teammates, and they developed this, you're just holding me back, damage, and they forgot that they can help their team. Like you had like Ana players and Zen players that stopped healing entirely to do just damage. No, they're dead. They're dying. It's fine. Where's the? I'm gonna shoot the widow. So my only issue is that whenever these content creators come up with these concepts that they look really cool and stuff, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like Awkward does this really nice job of managing, supporting his team through pressure and damage, but also supporting his team in terms of providing sustain. He does both, but the thing that gets views is that he's only talking about one of those. He's not talking about both. So it ends up being a lot of people are like, okay, yeah, I just shoot them. I ignore my team completely and shoot them. And it's like, that's not what he's doing. He's keeping an eye on both. He's multitasking. But his catchphrase is not multitask. It's damage. And unfortunately, a lot of people, they only like hear words, and that's as far as their brain goes. They don't pay attention to what's in front of them, and it's kind of rough. Mini J, I'm doing an unranked GM, but it's taking a few years. Jay, what I was saying is I hope you're paying attention, because I'm going to do something just for you and Sleeper here. And I'm going to make a full video on this because I feel like it kind of needs to be done. If I had to ask for Sleeper, because you've been playing Sojourn, and Jay, you asking DPS questions. I don't mind you guys reaching out to me when I'm not streaming on that day, but keep in mind, if I respond to you, it's because I'm a nice guy. If I don't respond to you, it's not because I hate you. It's that I'm not streaming at that moment. I'm still a person. I need to have boundaries. Please respect those boundaries. And if you have a question, I stream like 4 to 8 hours a day. That's when you can ask me, and I'm here for you. But if I'm not live, please respect privacy. Please respect boundaries. Please respect that I'm not in Coach Atlas right now. I'm Attila, and I have my own life. I have my own personal stuff. So, like, if I'm playing a game or I'm hanging out with, if I'm just vibing by myself, leave me alone. Wait for the actual day to start, and then I'm all for you guys. So, as long as there needs to be that respectful line that if Atlas isn't live, he's not Atlas right now. Did I cross a boundary? No. If you guys have a question, feel free to send it. But if I don't respond until working hours, don't take it as I hate you. Just take it as I'm not at the office at the moment. Atlas grinds his. I'm sorry, what? Nah, sleeper. This is the. I just got out of the shower and I'm air drying a bit shirt, but appreciate you. Ah, see, I would see Walker. That's not what. Anyway, all right. Real quick, let me ask y'all this. Hypothetically speaking, what is the purpose of DPS? What's the whole point of DPS, guys? What's the point of this role? Pure damage, to kill things. Okay, when do you kill things? Should you be looking to kill things constantly? Should you expect to kill things constantly? Are you going to kill things constantly? And Jacob, I really want to hear your opinion as well, because you're a GM player, but you're also a damage player. So, how often should you expect to kill things? Like, what's the difference between me running around and shooting at these things versus me being in a game? What's the difference? Target priority, I never stop fragging. When the opportunity arises, things don't fight back. So Sleeper and Walker are both correct. So what I'm getting at here is that when the opportunity arises, that's 100% correct, Sleeper. It's interesting how the person I've been coaching a bunch had the exact answer I was looking for, so thank you, Sleeper. And then the things don't fight back, yes. So the difference between the bots in here and then the people you'll actually be fighting against is that they don't fight back. So what I'm getting at is this. If you were playing in an active game and you were playing Genji and I dive into a group of 3 to 5 people, unless they stop moving, become literal bots, what is the chance that they kill me before I kill the rest of their team? Like right at the beginning of a fight. You press E and parry that point, most force in their weakest point. What is the likelihood? Do you think it's in my favor or the enemy team's favor? They just released the Orisa skin. We'll take a look at it in a second, Sporks. But what I'm getting at is the likelihood of me going in 1v5 when they have all their cooldowns, they have all of their health and everything, versus me, I just explode, as I should. So, and this is something I'll put in the video, but when you talk about what is your job as a DPS character, it's not actually to kill things. That is not the very first thing you should be doing. The very first thing you should be doing is look to apply pressure. You are responsible. If you look at the 3 roles, there's a lot of things you can do to influence the fight. But the damage role, it's the most linear, and it's also, I would say, the most simplistic. But at the cost of you have very little other options. As tank, you can apply pressure in a lot of different ways. As support, you can apply pressure in a couple different ways as well. But as a DPS character, you can only apply pressure in one way, realistically. And so I think DPS is the most simple to understand once you understand it, but it's also the least forgiving in that you're either doing your job or you are doing next to nothing. So what that means is, and I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for understand, your job as DPS is to not get kills. And that sounds crazy, but hear me out. Your job as a DPS character is to look to put as much damage into targets that are there in front of you as you close distance to get to your effective range. If you're playing farther back, cool, you're already there. If you need to be closer, how do you get closer? The whole point is you put numbers into people that are focusing you, or people that are focusing teammates of your team, or people that your team is already focusing. Those are your 3 options. You go, who's shooting at me? I shoot back. Who's shooting at my team? I shoot at them. Who is my team already shooting at? I shoot at them as well. Those are the 3 things. That's it. They're shooting at you, shoot back. They're shooting at your team, shoot them. Your team is already shooting at them, help them shoot them. So, grouping up on people, helping your team if they're in the middle of a fight, or going for the dual 1v1. Those are your 3 options. Now, as to when you do them, we'll get to that in a second. I'll put that in the main video that I'm going to make. Your job is to do numbers and to do damage as much as you can until the opportunity to finish a kill arises. So your main job as a DPS character, because you cannot 1v1 supports, you cannot 1v1 tanks, you can sometimes 1v1 the enemy DPS depending on the favorable matchup. The most consistent way is to apply damage, pressure, and numbers until this small window of opportunity arises where you can confirm a kill without it costing you your life. So your main goal as damage is to have uptime to where you're just doing numbers. Oh, I can get a kill. But if it's not there, or you miss it, or if you're too slow, or you're not standing where you need to be, you miss the opportunity, but that's okay. Keep focusing on the numbers, and another opportunity will arise. So it's about putting out as much pressure as you can until an opportunity for a kill presents itself. If you capitalize, or if you don't, fine, but then you keep going. You don't go, oh, I missed. Stand still, die on cart. Why? No, live and keep being able to put up the pressure. That's it. That's all you can do as DPS. That is the most baseline. Anyway, first of the mythic, follow the bullets. Basically, Walker, that's how I would say it. If I'm playing Genji, would I try to pick off supports that go off alone? Jay, if they have monitors, then you will die. I'm telling you straight up, you're overthinking it. Job is you are going to apply pressure, you're going to poke, get closer to you with this, do this one, do that one. Okay, that's too far away. Look, that's too far away. That's too far away. They're not looking. I'm in, I'm out. Keep applying pressure, keep applying pressure. I can even use the bots as an example. If they're close enough, if they're low enough for me to kill them, but if they're all the way over there, and I have to put myself at risk to kill them, other things are going to shoot me, it's no longer worth it. You look for opportunities that present themselves for you to finish a kill, get in, get out. And this is just Genji, obviously, as an example. Like that's a low health target. How far away is it? If I can't poke like this and I can't hit them or whatever, or her, but let's say this person gets closer to me, gets closer to me, gets closer to me. I'm in, I'm out. That's it. Other than that, I'm poking. A lot of Genji players, they'll be like, I have to be inside of them. I have to be inside of them. I have to be inside of them. Like, what? No, dude, you're going to get shot by 4 other people. Relax. So it's a patience thing, and it's also like a timing thing. You know, a lot of the times people think about for damage heroes, like, I need to get into their effective range. I need to get into their effective range. That's true. You should be in their effective range, but it doesn't always involve you hitting W. Sometimes it's involved you flanking, taking a different angle, and they already have to push you versus you have to push them. So attacking versus defending. It's a little bit more... It's a very simple concept, but yet it's still you overthink it way too often. My sister says ignore everything, be inside them and win. Yep. That's why I divorced my 3rd wife. Anyway. Should my VOD be a tank game that was really tough but we won, or a DPS game we started off really well but was basically we could spread the team and caused us to lose? Sleeper, I will say this. You've been enjoying, or you've been trying to rekindle DPS lately. If you genuinely think you are the weakest player, I will tell you bluntly whether or not you are or were, and whether you actually cause your team to lose. If you want like harsh, blunt Atlas, I'm either going to make you feel a lot better, or I'm going to affirm your negative thoughts. Or the tank game of being like, hey, yeah, I've been grinding and look how awesome I am. You're going to love this. So do you want to pick me up, or do you want a 50-50 as to whether or not you're going to have your ego giga-stroked or demolished? So, I'm gonna get... I almost said that really weird. So I could learn from more DPS. Okay, Sleeper. Sleeper is baiting you into watching a 40-0 game. That'd be wild. Sleeper, I appreciate that 10. I'm just really glad that the damn announcements are working. Thank you so much, Sleeper. I appreciate your face hole. Let me grab that code. We'll take a look at the... you know, we'll do it right now. I told you guys if you donate for a VOD, we'll stop what we're doing and we'll do it right then and there. I'm going to give more priority to the people that are showing support like that, so thank you. R5, 3-4C. Let me put this where it needs to be. Let me take a look at the Orisa skin. Our other DPS was definitely not silver. Why was that? GX! That was obnoxious. What the hell? That was... You guys... Did you guys hear that? That's their new... When you open up Opera, there's that annoying comedian guy with the stupid show. I'm going to uninstall this damn browser just because of that. That is absolutely obnoxious. What is wrong with people? Why would you think that's an education? Oh, people are so stupid. Whoever decided that was a good idea needs to be fired. What the hell? Features. What is wrong with people? Start page. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how much that just pissed me off. Or just annoying. Like, why? What? People are like, imagine that, like getting your coffee, you're about to have a nice day, even if you're not talking to your stream, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and open up my browser, and you're greeted with that bullshit. What is wrong with people? How do I turn that off? Hey, Bobby. It does that intro after updates. Anyway, back to Firefox we go. I just used Brave. I'm going to look that up. That was the stupidest thing ever. How do I turn that off? Does anyone know how to turn that off? How did... Oh my god. There's no way. People are idiots. I'm gonna, as if, your icon on the taskbar. I'm sorry, chat. You guys shouldn't have to be waiting for me to do this. Your icon on the taskbar. I hate this. I hate these people. Open the GX application installed on your computer. Now click the gear icon on the taskbar. Hell is the gear icon? In the end, activate the splash screen on startup by moving the slider to the right. What the schnipples? There we go. This is the stupidest thing. This is the stupidest thing. What is wrong with people? There's no way. I'm gonna have to. It's fine. We'll deal with it later. That's just obnoxious as shit. Okay, so let's see what we have. Disable splash screen on startup. That's the thing, Walker. I have that set to off, and that shit still happened. All right, let's take a look at. Boom. Let's do this. So this is the first thing that. What? Let's take a look at this. I need a picture. I need a picture. Check Discord. Is Walker out here bench pressing? I'm sorry, deadlifting. Oh, no, Sporks with the win. Sporks is winning. Is Sporks winning? What? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. What in the nipples is this? All right, ready to have. Turn that down a bit. Okay, so this is the reveal.
Who's ready to have some fun?
Hold on. Chat, let's play a game. It's on me. I want you guys to count with me. Ready? How many colors did you just see? 1, 2, 3. Ready? 4. Is that 5? Hold on, look at the gun. Super Beetle? Gino, I'm glad you brought that up. So I wanna show you guys something. Okay, I have several questions. The big one is, are they moving away from having like changes to the skins specifically and just giving us recolors? Is that what they're doing? Because it's that one Beetle legendary. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys in a second what I'm talking about. But so hold on. Let me just you know. Okay. So we're gonna do, should be this one right here for watch point, and then we're gonna take a look at your VOD here, Sleeper. This Arissa skin, where is it? OG skin. This one, and this one. It's like some of these are different, right? But like this looks spookily similar, right? Is it just me? Also, very underrated skin for Arissa. I think the Griffin is pretty cool. Anyway, we'll have to see. Maybe it's bitchin'. I don't know about y'all, but I'm just honestly, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is the comp changes. Okay. Oh, we have an Echo VOD. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm excited. Let's do this. Ready, Sleeper? This character is great. Beautiful skin. Beautiful skin. Beautiful skin. See what you got, though, Sleeper. Okay. Okay. First things first, I'm the realist. Okay. So this is where people have to think about what just happened, Sleeper. What did you just kill? First things first, don't forget about your primary. I could already tell off right off the bat. I think it's because you're getting used to Echo. And a lot of people do this where they'll go new character. What are the cooldown buttons? But they'll forget about their primary. Primary first, and then when you have an actual target, then you use your bombas. That diva is kind of shit because it didn't even eat your bombas. You just wasted her matrix all in the beginning, and then you beamed her down. So this diva is already, I can tell. What did you just kill? Very first thing you killed. Mech. You killed their tank. So is their job now easier or harder for them to contest the point? It's a lot harder. Meaning, if you just play at a safe off angle, poke and pressure their DPS back, you don't actually have to kill them. The cart's going to move. You just push. You keep your pressure up because you might get a pick, you might continue to force them back, you might get a stagger. But here, cart's moving. The whole you have to go risky, you have to go into 3 people, you have to get greedy, you have to well, you don't have to. Cart's moving. Relax. Cart's moving. You're fine. They're not, and if they drop and try to contest cart, then you just play to punish. That's it. That's all it is. Also, I know that Echo is really nice to be able to like dive and get into people and, you know, use your cooldowns, blow them up, pop. But if you do watch like a crazy Echo frag out video, the ones where they're getting those consistent, hey, use my cooldowns, blow people up, they're doing it on people that are unexpected or they have their attention otherwise preoccupied. If they're looking right at you in Echo and you get closer and closer to try to land your combo, they're actively trying to dodge you. You're going to notice it's a lot harder for you to land your shots. Why? Because every small movement is a huge change of POV versus from far away, small movements or big movements are still minimal changes. So don't forget about your primary. Recognize in your brain, what did you just kill? Awesome. Poke, apply pressure, poke, apply pressure. And then when you can finish a kill, you can confirm a kill, that's when you commit cooldowns. That's when you go in. That's when you So chill, relax. You did plenty already. You killed their tank within 4 seconds. They're chilling. No need to trade here. Just relax. Keep your pressure up. Halo's still moving. This is crazy. Look at this shit. Your Zarya is here. What is she shooting at? Let's poke whatever she's shooting at. Okay, we're chilling. Primary, 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 primary. Nice. Disgusting. Okay, now we're chilling. Stay with cover. Nice. Keep up the pressure. Disgusting. Disgusting. You should be fired. We're chilling. Easy peasy. They've now switched to Reinhardt as if though that's going to magically solve all their problems. Primary, 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 primary. Oh, you were inside of them. You're disgusting. They don't know what's going on. Reinhardt Gibraltar, big brain. They don't know. You're a little hungry, you're a little hungry. Let's see if it pays off. Okay, remember that concept I just talked about with Jay? Where the window was there, but remember that Genji example I just showed in the practice range? Where we're like, hey, I can kill that, but is it in my effective range already? Or do I need to go and get into its space to be in my effective range? Because when you have to go into it to finish the kill, there's risk associated with that. Versus if it's already in your effective range, it's a simple matter of reaction. It's funny, and I've never seen this video before, right? Sleeper, I didn't know about this VOD. It just happened to be the exact thing I kind of showed an example of a few minutes ago. I don't have one. I have to find one. For what sports? A video? A video. Oh. But Sleeper, does that make sense? Lifeweaver gets out? Okay, it's fine. There's other people coming back. The more I go into that towards their spawn, the higher risk I am. Oh, dear God, sports. Happy ever after. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Disgusting. Oh. Disgusting. Oh, you didn't hear the soldier, did you? Okay, what did you just do? Sleeper, what did you just do? Because this is a very, very proud moment for me. What did you just do? You peeled. Chat, it's happening. Sleeper's awareness is going up. Sleeper, your awareness, little by little, we are getting you there. That was an awesome moment. That was awesome. That was awesome. And it'll get faster. It'll get a bit quicker as we progress. That was huge. That was a key moment of progression. There's visible evidence that you just peeled. You just peeled the banana. Anyway, moving forward. I will make you smarter players. I will make you more aware. I will make you more consistent. And from there, we clap. All right, Sleeper, I'm going to ask you. I don't have a problem with you switching, but you got to tell me why. Why did we switch? Okay. So more confident in the matchup. You're shooting at what's shooting at your team. Oh, I am so proud of Sleeper right now. I am so proud of Sleeper. I'm so proud of you right now. Like, straight up. Like, we literally just went over this morning. Oh, I believe you, Sleeper. Fuck your cutie. She's an idiot. But what I was literally just talking about before, where what do you do as DPS? Like, who do you shoot at? What should I be shooting at? It's 1v1s. What is my team already shooting at? What is shooting at my team? And these things will pop up in varying levels of importance, which again, I'm going to go in the video. I'm not going to spoil it now. That was so good. You're not just like, oh, I exist and look, things to shoot. Oh, I wonder how they got the lights up there. No, you're actually playing the game. Very proud right now. What if I give you a Zen Brig VOD where I was like, YOLO bishes? Sporks, live your life. You're a nut. Just got touched. All right. Oh, Sporks, I have a VOD code I can send you yesterday where after it was on Nepal, and a person on my team was like on a carry, and the other one was like on God. It was my tank and my Pharah player. I was 10-0 after the first round, and we almost still lost. It was nuts. I went 10-0 on the first round. I linked the Twitch, of course, but... Okay, so we're going to talk about ults again, Sleeper, because this is important. When I tell you about Sojourn ult, when should I tell you what is Sojourn ult for? Is it for shooting shields, or is it for actually confirming damage? Walker, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I should have waited for an off angle or a height. I mean, I'm not para. So, Sleeper, you understand my issue with the alt? Do I need to go in depth, or do you got it? Registered, clicking, good, good, good. Yes, yes, yes. No, I got it. Fantastic. You're not on payload. You're actively looking for... I do... Sleeper, how far you've come is ridiculous. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You're patient. And you're aware. And these fuckers don't look up. They don't look up. None of these people in this elo look up. This comp system is so broken. You're so much better than Silver. I have plat players that I can't get to take high ground. Sleeper, you deserve so much more. You're patient. You've come so far in this character. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being consistent. How do I gift Sleeper Water Mommy? I think you actually can. You can gift people in-game credits. That's a thing. Water Mommy is that the Geno describes it as the Sojourn skin with just the right amount of handles. Well, Sporks, here's the thing. How do I say this nicely? They're idiots. But if you try to convince someone that they're an idiot, they'll argue with you. If you do manage to convince someone they're an idiot, they'll be mad at you and they'll still argue with you. Very rarely does someone who's being proven to be an idiot will go, yes, you're right. I'm going to be better. That doesn't happen. Awful May gameplay. I never got the skin. It's all good though. I gotta save my monies. Barista skin? The Barista skin's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the Barista skin. I like my Sojourn skin, that the cool one you get from the PvE content. I actually think it's really cool. A little. Oh shit! Where you going? Where you going? What's happening? Okay, 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 okay. This might be para on Soldier. When I tell you guys, when you have bronze, silver, gold, plat players that are they're insistent that the reason that they cannot climb is because of their teammates. You explain to me real quick on the enemy team of those 5 people that were alive once the soldier got behind them, because the soldier's dead right now. Their soldier is, but it wasn't dead before. Of those 5 people, whose fault is it that this happened? I think Slenderman was a Smurf. I think they have decent aim, and they may have been a Smurf, but actually, and again, this is me being slightly toxic here, but I kind of have to be blunt. How much brain power do you need to have in order to stop this from happening? Genuinely. Enough to look at the top of your screen. So do you think it's a, oh, my teammates are holding me back, or it's a look at your monitor? Which one do you think it is? Do you think it's a, my teammates are holding me back, or it's a look at your monitor issue? Call me crazy. Call me toxic. I'm a toxic stripper, apparently. They still, well, Sleeper, you just ruined the end of the movie. I had no idea he was Iron Man the whole time. Damn it, Robert Downey Jr. Anyway, while assuming they're using a monitor stereotyping, there's this new DLC. It's like $100, and it lets you use your monitor and a set of headphones. It's crazy. It's crazy. You get to use audio and visual cues. It's this new DLC. Not everyone got it. They didn't check the patch notes. It got lost in the mail. The email needed it needed a 4-step verification. Crazy. The DLC, it's $100. You get to use a monitor and a headset while you play the game. It's insane. Totally worth it. It also does sporks, yes. Team is well done. Mm-hmm. Para is such a Walker, because you're a good friend. Now, I will say this because the people here that we coach, and they may have been making, and Sporks, I'm going to use you as an example. Um, your VOD review that you left about our first session was, it was very honest. It was very, very honest, which I appreciated. I didn't ask you to leave like a kiss ass one. I didn't ask you to be like the most criticizing ever. I asked you to whatever you feel is your honest opinion of your experience. And I feel like you did that very well. What I pointed out and helped you acknowledge was just, let's even use like the cooldown usage and put it into perspective. In the amount of years that you played the game versus what we accomplished in an hour, you can make a very strong argument that in that hour, the productivity in terms of improvement that led to exceeded what you were able to do on your own through natural rate of progression in the X amount of years you were playing the game. So, what that tells us is that as human beings, it doesn't matter how hard we are as workers, it doesn't matter how smart we are as individuals. If you don't have a direction to go in, even the smartest person, even the hardest worker will still get lost. Direction is usually the most important thing when it comes to beating the learning curve in anything in life. A job, new language, guitar, Overwatch, tying your shoes without needing Velcro, anything. Direction is what helps you beat a learning curve. So if you guys are looking for direction, that's why coaching is helpful. Make it so what you would take you 3-4 years on your own, you can learn in an hour. Craziness. What you can learn in 30 minutes to an hour, if you come to someone that can help you with direction, or go spend 3 to 4 years trying to figure it out on your own, and maybe you do it. What's good, Kuzo? Just to make a biblically accurate angel? What? How do I tie my shoes? I didn't see before anything over there. Should be here. I should be here instead when it comes to positioning. Because Sporks, you've been a delight to work with. I think you're a very intelligent young lady. You just needed direction, and now your brain is going oh, and you're doing the popping off things. Yo, their Reinhardt doesn't know what's going on. I joined a Zarya and I'm back for support. Oh, there you go, Bobby. Hell yeah. Are you having fun? Nice. You're saving your cooldowns. You're using them with... I'm so proud of Sleeper right now. I'm so proud of... You help me talk shit and have knowledge behind it. Oh boy. I do appreciate y'all. Seriously, I appreciate this community more than y'all realize. I'm hoping to grow into something bigger and better. But for the people that do help us grow the community, thank you. Okay, Sleeper. What did you just do? And I'm so proud of you right now. Chat, what did Sleeper just do? Looked at the screen because I just saw active brain power being used. Watch it again, chat. Pay close attention because there's people in diamond lobbies that don't comprehend this concept. Ryan used pin. He's going in that direction. What's over there? A cart. The rest of these people, have fun. That thing that your soldier did to them where they C9 the point. I want to point this out, Sleeper. You are the smart. You ever get chat? You ever get that moment where you're like, I'm the smartest person in the whole fucking room. I am. This chick won't stop playing with her hair. That dude is eating donuts with his feet, and that one has to hire someone to help them put their clothes on in the morning. And you're going, I am smarter than everybody here. This is the moment, Sleeper, where I'm telling you, you are the smartest person in this room. Remember that. Remember that. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have my toxic era. And the thing is, when I get toxic chat, I'm not gonna just drop like swear words and just have incessant drivel pour from my mouth. No, I'm going to descriptively, creatively show you how stupid people are. What do I tell you guys? A person can be intelligent, but people are very dumb. People are very dumb. A person can be intelligent, though. Nuki. I'm a people. Believe in yourself there. But Ryan is out of this world. He's holding a shield more than anything else. He's not pressuring. He just... Alright, now, okay, Sleeper, now we're being a bit scamazi. Now we're being a bit foolish. Like, you're making the Ryan look good with the fire strikes. Learning moment. I'm not mad at you confirming the kill on the Reinhardt with only the 15 seconds left in the game. I'm not mad at that, Sleeper. Do you see how that's very similar to what you did on Echo at the very, very beginning of the VOD, the very first fight, where their tank died, and we know where they have to go. You know, we know where they need to be, and you're already in your effective range. We don't need to be all up in their buckles. So, Sleeper, do you see that? How it's interesting? The very last death of the game and the very first death of the game on two completely different characters are almost identical in the situation, involving a tank being picked, and now we feel pressured and pressed to go for the next thing. That's called greed. So, Sleeper, do we understand that? Very interesting how it's exactly the same situation on attack versus defense on two different characters. Do we see how almost spooky how similar those two instances are? I just want to get the Popka. I know. It's crazy. Well, let me ask you this. If you get play of the game, but you still lost the game, does it... A lot of people will be like, I don't care, I still got to play the game. I'm like, you lost the game. Who gives the blue shittles? Oh, they're wild. Here, I think your panic goes over, and again, this happens a lot. It's OT panic chat. This happens in Masters lobbies. OT panic. We feel that we need to be on the point in order to contest the point. How does the point stop moving? If none of their players are able to be on it. So logic would dictate, prioritize getting them off the point, not putting yourself on the point. Unless, of course, you know, your effective range covers both. Prioritize getting them off, not you on. Because you on just stops it from moving. Them off means it ends. Now we have another 2.5 minutes. Lost the war, won the battle. That's the exact opposite of what you want, Farah. Suffer as I have. I'm waiting for Ramacho to be playable again, bro. I want Ramacha to be good. Ramacha has such good voice lines. Bobby, I got your back. Okay. Same question, Sleeper. I don't have an issue with the switch, but tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. It's so hard to say goodbye. Okay. So we went for a tighter spread, slower projectile. Ooh, that's okay. I'm gonna see whether or not it's easier on May. Because what I would have gone for is if you're struggling on the Sojourn, go Soldier. Good use of cover though. Huge. You're disgusting. Reported. Bannable. Tracking. Nice reaction. There we go. You're fired. Good job. I really like the patience on that corner and taking cover. That was sick. Okay. Okay, so chat. Right now, right here, what should Sleeper be doing? What is the prio? What is the play that we're looking to make? Based on everything you see on your screen right now, what should we be playing for? I should have saved the cooldown. No. Not dying? Okay, yes. But why? What is the play that we're about to be able to make? What are we looking for? We have our ult. So, Blizzard, yes. That could be a win con for a fight. Now, take a look at how much time we have left on the bank. How much time? We have a minute and a quarter. So we have about a minute and a quarter, minute and 17 if you want to get technical. So our job right now is to do three things. Number one is not die, obviously. Number two fights, yes. Now what we can do, and this is especially really abusable in low elo, because people won't understand what you're doing, and they'll be like, ha, ha, ha. So what you want to do, yes, exactly, Bobby. Win this fight and pop Blizzard next fight, to be honest. Okay, so there's a tactic that is used all the time. I use it for my contenders team. I use it for I coach high elo players. I coach low elo players. There is a term. It's called extending a fight. There are times where you can deliberately stall and prolong a fight. Sorry, my chats are very delayed. Bobby, no, you're absolutely fine. You're vibing with us. You're chilling. You're good. That may be a YouTube issue. That may be a multi-chat issue. You're doing. You're good. I got you, Bobby. I'm here with you. Keep in mind, it's also slightly delayed for me as well, so that may be what you're experiencing. But that's okay. We're gonna live life. There's an ideology behind deliberately extending a fight, prolonging a fight. So you're not looking for a kill. You're simply draining the clock, and this is really, really, really abusable when you're defending team, because when we talk about like the whole basics, and I say this a lot, chat. The burden of push is for the attacking team. The privilege of map control is for the defending team. So what you do is you abuse things like map control, being able to contest at close quarters, using natural cover to keep the cart from moving. So what you do is you're going to try to take as much time off the clock as possible. So you end up turning what, as Walker pointed out, is win this fight, pop Blizzard next fight. you can actually do that in one swift motion. Because if you're able to drain the clock as much as possible, you're able to turn it into one fight when it could have been two. This is devastating for the attacking team because they lose an entire fight, which is an option for them to win the round. And it's unbelievably helpful for the defending team because if you now only have to win one fight as opposed to having to win two, it's half as much pressure on you and it's twice as much pressure for them because now they have to, it's all in for the last fight versus now you can reduce it down to one. So they're more likely to kind of have to force cooldowns, to be a bit more risky to get that ult charge. If they lose a person now and there's two fights left, it's okay. They have time to regroup. But if you can extend it into one long fight, then if they do come back, they're either not going to make it in time or it's going to be a staggered re-entry into a fight that's still ongoing, and they're a lot easier to punish. So the idea here is we're really looking to stretch and prolong this fight and turn it into one instead of two. So here, like right there, the prio is to live. It's not to have to use Blizzard. Because now we're going into the next fight. It's Visor v Visor. And we have a Bomba. That's it. Yes, Jacob. If you're going to make fun of my forehead again, though, I've already heard that joke. Delicious. Holy schnipples. Your soldier just absolutely touched you all. Chat, you know what? I think that if you're on top of payload, you shouldn't be able to get shattered. I feel like Ryan is too strong. Yeah, nerf Ryan. He's clear. Too oppressive. You're good, Sleeper. You're good. Another bad joke. Hammer. Yo, Gino doesn't like to play this game anymore. We miss Gino, but it doesn't anymore. I'm sorry, what? Jacob, I need context. I hate that word. I hate that term. Well, Gino, you didn't tell me shit. Wall him. Wall him. Alright. If your Ana dies, I'm gonna get very sad. So Sleeper, I'm noticing that you get a little flustered with your wall distances. Pro tip: if you ever want to do a short wall, look down at the ground at a 45-degree angle, and it'll be a really nice, like, okay, wall goes up, and it'll be a lot closer to you and nearer, and you can do it very quickly. You can go 45-degree angle, wall, bam, and it'll occasionally you might look a little too far down and it'll lift you up into the air slightly, but more often than not, it'll be a nice consistent way of going 45-degree angle, bam, and the wall will go exactly where you need to go. This is just something small, but that's a niche May tech to learn. She is aggressive. Drink her like apple pie, Jacob. That's what your Discord thing says. I'm just helping you out, broski. What is this? Para, we're talking about baking. No, I didn't say anything. Jack, chat, I need you guys to gaslight Jacob, please. But don't tell him we're gaslighting him because it ruins the surprise. That definitely sounded like nothing. Thank you, Tommy. See, Tommy gets it. Wink, pink, stink. If Junia, oh yeah, that was funny. No one else knows about that. Me, you, and her know about that. No one else knows about that. Yeah, but I mean within the squad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, not never the full context. Okay. Got a couple cooldowns out with that. Giving up a lot of space. There we go. Nice. That soldier's got feet. Here we're just chilling. We're relaxing. We're relaxing. We're relaxing. Their Kiriko didn't buy the Turn On Your Monitor DLC. We're relaxing. Okay, couple things. Number one, I love the peel for the soldier in high ground. I loved it. On top of that, your soldier got a couple other picks. All we have to do at that point is right here. Hi, Deanna. Sometimes I'd rather forget. First of all, hey, May, good to see you. First of all, Deanna, I am hilarious. I've been telling you this for years now. Not die. Okay, yeah, but specifically sleeper. How do we do this? So we talk about off angling. Yes, we are, May. We are doing VOD reviews today. The donation ones we're doing immediately. The ones for channel points we're going to scatter throughout the day because I have some socks to pay for. So right here, if your Rhine is holding left and you're playing May, chat, hypothetically speaking, do you think it is better to stand with your Rhine and do damage? Or do you think it's better to stand on the opposite side of your Rhine and try to do damage? Which one do y'all think? No, May, you're good. You can redeem. Saying something doesn't make it true. I promise to be neutral. Opposite, yes. So the reason for that is because if you're standing behind the Rhine, then when their Rhine swings, they're able to get more value because they're able to hit both of you. Versus if you're on the other side, you're now creating an off angle, number one, and you're now forcing the Rhine to have to choose. He swings at your Rhine, you're damaging him. He swings at you, your Rhine can now damage him. So he's unable to mitigate both, and he's unable to deal with both. And so you can get a lot more damage just in there while minimizing how much damage you're taking. So yes, off angle, crossfire, this works at every effective range. So yes, Sleeper, the correct choice would be to be on the opposite side, so you guys can hit him from both sides, roll 1-2, and he's unable to contest you both. So that's about it, though. A little bit panicky is the best I could say, Sleeper. But other than that, though, you know, the individual decision making is how much more you're peeling, how much more aware you are, your patience with your shots definitely look a lot better. You definitely are. It looks like you get a little bit anxious as it gets closer and closer in terms of how, you know, the fights are going, but we're chilling. What am I going to say? What am I going to say? But you had to pick a cooldown. Which one should you have used? No, not throwing. You did your best. It was basically lost after last fight. You would have been able to stall a bit there, but which cooldown would have actually helped you stall? The other one? Yeah. It's okay. That's probably what it looks like. You're just very unfamiliar with Mei, Sleeper, and you just look a little bit uncomfortable because it feels like you got pressured onto a character that on paper you're like, hey, this would be good here, but we weren't comfortable enough on the character, or we maybe didn't know beyond the first step of, hey, why would this be good? That's okay. We can work on that. Overall, Sleeper, I pointed out the moments where I was very proud of you. Peeling almost immediately, being aware of what's on your screen, having your headphones on, having your monitor on, which most people don't often do. You're a lot more aware. You're a lot more patient. You look like you do a lot more things, especially with intention on Sojourn. Echo, I'm glad you're enjoying. We'll get you there as well. But overall, you look like you're improving as a player, intelligence-wise, as opposed to just on a single character. And that's really exciting to see. So thank you. Sleeper's not dumb. Sleeper is learning. We will all have bumps and bruises. We will all fumble every once in a while. Good days and bad days. You're doing well. Wait, you're supposed to look at your monitor. Tommy's about to pop off now. Any questions or complaints to management? She got a reward? For what? Do we have an HR? No. It's me and my sure, there you go. To be fair though, Jacob, I don't even think Mitosis is interested in being a mod. But at the same time, I have plenty of y'all as mods. As the everything gets bigger and there's more people and stuff like that, we'll probably have to expand, but for now we're fine. I'm just decorative. Try not to say something sappy. Try not to say something cute. Try not to say something. Deanna, you are significantly more than just a decoration. That's all I'm going to say. I'm supposed to be neutral. Don't wow me. I'm just... Anyway. Okay, I'm about to hit the opera button and it's going to do that stupid thing again. Oh, so Opera GX! Dude, whoever came up with that needs to be fired. It's the new startup sound for whenever you open up Opera as a browser, and I want to uninstall it just because of that. I like everything about this browser except for that. I don't know why they added it, but it pisses me off. Delete the splash screen. I, why do you use that browser? Because up until the current house I'm in, I was having a lot of issues with my PC and my internet. So I needed to put limiters on my browser. When we first started streaming chat, you guys remember when I was like capped at like 60 frames on Overwatch? It was because of how old my PC was. I needed to minimize everything. I needed to minimize everything because OBS was taking up everything. So my game could barely chug and my internet was struggling. So I needed to have a browser. I like this browser because I could limit how much internet, how much bandwidth, how much CPU, how much RAM my browser was using. So I needed to basically take everything and knock it down to the lowest possible thing. So it was hell and a half to look at stuff, to manage stuff, but I didn't want to compromise the quality of the stream that you guys were getting. Now that I've gotten better internet situation, I don't have to do that as much. So, but like if they don't fix that shit, I'm uninstalling this freaking thing. I'm so uninstalling it. Plus, number two is I'm also able to have dark mode enabled, so my eyes don't get hurt by all the stuff. All right, hold on. Let me do this. Okay, so with that being said, though, we have Sporks in May. So Sporks, you're first, and then May, and then we're gonna do some games. So Sporks, you are first up. Let me know where the code is, and we'll go over this stuff together. Let's go. Okay, so I see a Brig Zen video. Could I submit a VOD video like outside of game? Jacob, I need context. Because knowing you, I need to not say yes immediately. I need to figure out what the hell's going on. Because you're about to like send me something about like a turkey getting a new sweater while inside of a bowl of jello and be like, review this, Madasaka. And I'm gonna be like very confused. I dropped so much rank that I was like, let's deal with this. I was grouped with the tank and the other support. I don't play Zen or Brig. For context, on my 1,200 hours in this account, I have 43 hours in Brig and 15 hours in Zen, but Zen and Brig are really strong, so pointers would be good. Also, I know I did some stupid stuff as Brig. I'm ready to be flamed. Oh, and the one DPS was in our group too. Okay, so Brig, Zen, VOD, Silver 3. See what you got, see. I was asking that if I have a video recorded, can I send it as a VOD? Sure, Jacob, it could be done. As long as I'm able to pause and push play, basically, it's the bare minimum. Jeez, that's so obnoxious. I'll figure it out after chat or after stream. Me, I shall be flame. Let's see what you have. Ooh, Brig. Yeah, we have a Brig VOD. Let's see what we got. Imports. I think Jacob's actually about to Skamazis. So as long as it's playable, it counts. See, this is where I kind of hesitated because the whole point of using a replay code like this is so that if we need to go over different angles, perspectives, answer questions, if it's just a screen recording, I'm limited to only what the footage allows. The reason that this is so advantageous is because I can navigate throughout the map, look at things from different points of view, etc., etc., etc. If it's just a screen recording, what I see is what I see. I can't check stuff for you guys. I can't give you different angles. I can't elaborate. I can't physically show you if I'm talking about another part of the map unless it falls into frame. So there's that 1% exception that I will do, but I want to 99% press yes, VOD review, replay codes are what we need, because there's other points that we're going to be missing out on, and we might be missing out on points where I can teach you guys more in depth and more effectively because we're limited to the material we have in front of us. Kiriko, Bap, or Healbot Mercy. Can I be thankful and happy? His way to show his 144p recording of him inting for 30 minutes straight. Just staring at a single potted plant on the map. Hey, Shorty. Hey, good to see you, by the way. We have 2 people that we've already redeemed. You know what? I'll say yes, but you will be the final one. You'll be the final one, Shorty, because we have Sporks we're gonna do right now. We'll do May after, and then we'll do you. I'm gonna flats is he cheating video. He was VOD reviewing a gold game. I got you, Shorty. Okay. Nice skin though. Good luck, Jay. Wasn't in VC. Wait, what did I just hear? Did that just make ducky noises as you're doing your primary? That is going to annoy the shit out of people. Wait, can other people hear that, or can just you hear it? Because that's going to annoy the living. What? That's not real. Hold on. You should be dead. Never mind, it's annoying already. You should be dead. Why should you be dead, Sporks? Why should you be dead? Has nothing to do with the fight. It just happened. It's specifically, where are you right now as they have won the fight? If their soldier had a headset, you're playing Zen. Not going to hear you. That's not really much of a thing. But he saw you. I don't know how he didn't see you if he didn't, but you were very clearly visible. And now you've turned the corner. And all he has to do is turn that corner. And if you're standing here going, you die. Now, maybe you fight back. Maybe you pick him. Cool. How do I put this? And Para, if you're playing Zen, you shouldn't be constantly flanking. That's not the point of Zen. What makes Zen so strong is you can like latch a heal onto someone from afar and hold an off angle. Now, Zen is what we call a glass cannon. So if you are Zen flank is OP, but there's a difference. There's a difference we need to talk about because there is flanking, and this is for every support in the game. If you are flanking and you leave your team completely LOS and you go on a grand adventure and you end up behind them, you have to kill 5. And are you shooting whilst they're also looking at other people, or are you shooting when they're looking straight at you? It needs to be explained a bit more elaborately than that. The whole purpose of a flank and why a flank is good is because it's an off angle. Now, an off angle when it's just you shooting is one thing. An off angle when the people that you're shooting at are otherwise unaware or preoccupied is better. Can we all agree on this? Shooting at someone that is unaware of you or is already being pressured elsewhere is better than if it just ends up being a 1v1 and you're standing over here versus here. So element of surprise, Zen doesn't have any footsteps. So that kind of plays into Zen's wheelhouse of being awesome. And then Zen has very high damage. He is a glass cannon, does not have mobility. And yes, you can be a bit more aggressive with your flanks when you have your Transcendence. Me personally, I think Transcendence is to be used when you need to save your team from like a big play and use it as a defensive ult, or you use it to get yourself out of sticky situations. You use it so that you can stay in aggressive positioning longer than you could if you didn't have it. Me personally, that's how I view Zen. Probably. Zen is very, very high damage. You can do a lot with Zen. I think you should trends if you see a soldier hit Q. If it means you can save yourself a team. So he can play the game even less now. What I'm getting at is this. The reason that we like off angles so much with a character like Zen or any character is that if you're playing a support period, the best place you could be standing is where you can see the enemy team and you can see your team. Because even if you're playing Zen, there's going to be instances where you're going to need to be able to heal or pressure something. For example, if I am standing, let's say I go for a crazy flank here and I'm trying to shoot people. If I need to leave and get out, it's going to take me a bit more time to be able to come back to my team. Versus is if I'm playing in cage and let's say I need to view these people to shoot at, or if I'm standing on left side to where I can shoot at people there and I can also see my team. Let's say I'm standing here, I can shoot at people here, but I could also see my team. Again, these are hypotheticals. If you're playing any support in the game, the best place you could stand outside of, let's say, we'll technically use Mercy as an example. So we're just talking about Zen. We'll just use Zen as an example. The best place you can stand as a character like Kiriko, like Zen, like you could even argue Ana, is you want to position yourself in a place where you can see the enemy team and you can also see your team, or at least be aware of where they are. Because if you need resources or you need something to bail you out or you need to be able to help and be in multiple places at once, supports excel at this exponentially better than any other role in the game. The support class, they are better at multitasking than any other characters in the roster. And that's what gives them so much of an influence over how team fights progress. They're able to quickly switch targets. Like an amazing Ana player can keep an eye on her team and the enemy team, where she can go for healing, look to fire off a shot, maybe sleep a target, nade to save her team, nade to save herself, nade to anti the enemy team. They're able to have options, and all of those options can provide value. Zen's no different. The fact that you can be at an angle away from your team, but still being able to monitor them, means you can help them with a heal pocket or specifically shoot at something that is pressuring at them. The way you peel at Zen is going to be damage first, healing second. So being able to see multiple targets and having those options available to you is really, really beneficial and incredible. Deanna is absolutely 100% correct. That was almost perfectly put, I would say, is that you have that option available to you. And that's what makes Zen such an amazing character. Now, you are a glass cannon, but you have that ability to carry with those silent footsteps. Flanking becomes less of an issue for you. You don't have sound cues to give you away. So the best Zen or the best support is one that allows them to be in a spot where they have those options available. As DPS or tank, you don't have nearly as many of those options available to you. Oddly, very, very useful. I thought that was the best thing they ever added for Zen. Zen's healing is cosmetic. If you kill all the squishies or nothing, the healing isn't necessary. Incorrect. Para. Your healing that you contribute, the fact that you're able to now put the healing orb on someone, because let's be honest, that heal orb change they did was 100% a buff. The fact that it goes from 3 seconds to now like 7 seconds or whatever the hell it is, so that even if they LOS you, they're still receiving healing. Either they're retreating, they're going in for their own off angle of their own, they're hard diving, whatever it is. The fact that they can leave your LOS and they're still getting the healing benefit for an absurd amount of time, that was a buff. The 110% was a buff. It was really, really good because it helps your ult economy and it helps the overall sustain. Zen's healing is not horrible by any means. It is healing over time, but it's now a lot more consistent. And that still leads to ult charge for you, which then can further enable your flanks, which then inadvertently further enables your DPS. So yeah, the beautiful thing about support is that if you're positioned in a way where you can see both, you have the option to carry by implementing both. But it should be damage number one. So let's go back to this. Like here, we could be top right looking for a burst shot. We could be left side looking for a burst shot. I don't want you standing behind your tank because you're just kind of asking to get schlonged. Kicker, kicker, kicker. No. All right, chat. Fun fact. What support character should you be that close to the tank with? Name a support character that it's a good idea to be next to your tank. You're all wrong. No, you're all wrong. There's not a single character where the optimal spot, where your effective range should be inside of your own tank. You're all wrong. Okay, Walker, Lucio, would you be on the ground in front of their tank, or would you be wall riding above them? Still getting your AoE effect for your speed and heals, while also being able to take an off angle and use the built-in mechanic for the character. Nah, or would you be on the ground looking at the JQ going, hello? I dive with the monkey, but that's with your tank. That's a decision you're making with some kind of intent. Y'all are wild. Shit, I thought you meant next to them, not inside of them. Yeah, not inside of them. JQ kind of makes you guys are all fired. Me and Junior just the same person. Respectfully, no, Jacob. But yes, because if I had the same thoughts about you as I've had about her, I'd be fucked. Anyway. Basically catfish. I'm trying to think, how do I put this as neutrally as possible? If Deanna ended up being a catfish, I don't even think I would be mad. I think I'd be more disappointed in myself. I like that. I like that a lot. Huge. Well, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sporks, I want you to think about what you just said. My accuracy on Zen is like 26%. I'm not flanking with no aim. This is an FPS title. Like 80% of the roster is heavily aim dependent. 100% of the roster has some semblance of aim at some point of their kit. Every single one of these characters has at least something about them that requires aim, or something that's even slightly resembling aim. So if it's an aim or confidence issue, Sporks, that's a different conversation. Because if you're shooting at something that is not expecting you or you're catching them off guard, it is easier to hit them. So what you're hoping for is to be able to hit your shots. What we're telling you is that if you were to take the flanking position, you may find yourself magically landing more of those shots that you're looking for in the first place. So it does require you stepping out of your comfort zone. But mm-hmm. Well, the good thing about Zen is that he's beautifully simplistic. I really need to put some more time on Zen. For me, my biggest issue is that I get very, very. I'm not good at adapting to like different projectile speeds. It's just something I need to put time into. Echo was kind of a bitch and a half for me, and Hanzo took me like a year or 2 years to get used to it. So thank you, Parrot. But for this next round, I'm curious as to how much you stand main. What is your diva do? Is that the Seraphim dance? Oh, that's ugly. That was disgusting. Bro, I want my money back. I didn't even buy that skin. Okay. Three things. Number one, if you go to the point and they push you, do you have a way of getting out? Do you have any mobility sporks? No, you are going to explode. I'm not even talking about your aim. So if you go to point there and they push you, are you dead? If you're standing in the open in the middle of the room, you are dead. Number one. Number two, you're defaulting to just be near your tank again because you're scared. Is there a single support that you should be hugging your tank the entire time? No. No. It's not a single one. Good. A big thing, Brig Ryan, that's also wrong. The whole point of Brig is that you behave independently from your Rhine and you're able to use your boop to displace proc inspire, and then you use your horizontal mobility to disengage and keep proper spacing. You are not a tank. You can hold space through your sustain as Brig. Your number one priority is to stay alive and then keep your inspire up as often as possible, shy of risking your own life. And then your packs are used to top up players in between having your spire procced. It's basically like a forgive failsafe. If your proc isn't up, you have your packs to kind of make up for the downtime in between your inspire triggers. Advance your sleep. Okay, so chat. How many times do you see an on-it player that, I see this in my diamond games where I have an Ana player that is running up my tank's ass to try to heal them. What okay, for my higher elo players, what does that mean for the Ana? What does that mean? It means that the Ana has absolutely no confidence in her aim whatsoever. Trolling, feeding. Why? Because you have no mobility, so the second you get pushed, you're dead. You're literally playing a sniper. Let me ask you this, chat. If a Widowmaker runs up to the front line and tries to scope in, or just SMGs, is that feeding? Is that called stupid behavior? Maybe she got a crush on the tank. That the Widowmaker would be feeding, right? So why are we letting support players that play Ana run up our tank's ass and they're not getting flamed on TikTok? They're not getting flamed on Twitter. It's the tank's fault. I'm just saying. Oh, our DPS suck. They can't aim. I'm like, you can't aim, brother. You're literally running up your tank's ass because you're showing everyone, you're showing the world that you have no confidence in your aim to hit anything from more than 5 feet away. That's the point. There's not a single support character where you need to be up the tank's ass in order to heal them. There's not a single one. Aim is never going to be the reason you're not a high rank. Oh, absolutely. But if you're not confident in your aim and that leads to really shit decision making or positioning, that will keep you in a low rank. Not to mention, it's also really counterproductive because instead of putting yourself into situations where you're actually able to develop your aim, you're just doing the same thing over and over again because it's easier, it's easier, it's easier, it's easier, it's easier, it's easier, it's easier. How does it make any sense? If you do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten. Right? Does that make sense? If anything, sports, if I do manage to get a game with Deanna, I'll grab the code and I'll put it in the Discord so you can see how she plays Zen. She's a very good Zen player. And that's even though she plays once every 6 months. She's still amazing. No pressure, Junie. No stress, no pressure. One day if it happens. One day if it happens. I'm the definition of don't do that. You're the definition of almost GM without even trying, so something's working. Walker, no, don't even joke about that. Chat, relax. Walker, seriously, stop. If you guys are talking about para playing, that's fine, but don't pressure Ginny. Nice. Okay. Okay. Now, who is this person? We're not going to talk about where your team was, where your team wasn't. Sporks, where did that come from? Because that was I'm sick of this shit, and you just went in. I meant to do it for the VOD. VOD for me? You're good. Remember, chat, I've got 3 rules in this. Number 1, if people come into the chat being trolls, let me or the mods take care of it. Number 2, be kind to each other. And number 3, If a single thing is done to stress, attack, or insult Deanna, you are gone. That's it. Only 3 rules. That's it. So do not stress her out. Do not attack her. Nothing. I don't care if she tries to convince you that elephants can fly and they speak German. Cool. Let it go. It was just me being like, okay, let's go and stall. Well, Sporks, here's the thing. That okay, let's go just netted you 2 kills. So if I could get you to have that level of ferocity every single fight, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Not to mention, those 2 picks just led to you guys winning the fight. Oh, why is there a tank on payload? Why is there a tank on payload? Why are you on payload? Why? Why are we on point? Sparks. This is a low game. I don't give a shit what elo it is. Why are you on point? If you were in silver, stop playing like you're silver. I want you bare minimum playing like you're gold. Because I don't know what to do. Is it no. It has nothing to do with the character Sporks. When have you ever told you are the most important person in the lobby? Your life matters more than everyone else. You are the carry. You are not a payload princess. When have you ever heard me tell anyone, yes, prioritize standing on payload as a support? When have I ever told you that? That should be your prior or your default? Because I broke that habit of you on Ana. Right? I broke that. I even showed you how in between moving the payload, you can leave it, add a nano, add a nade, add a sleep to the fight, and then come back and continue to move the payload after you've contributed. I've even shown you how to do that. When have I ever told you on any support that you should just be standing on payload? Ever. Yeah, but I do have Ana confidence. I have no Zen confidence. It doesn't matter about confidence, Sporks. If you know better, I'm going to call you out on your bullshit. I don't care what character you're playing. You know better than this, so why are you doing it? I don't care what sound effects your character has, whichever one you've chosen. I don't care what map it is. I don't care what elo it is. Why are you standing on the point? No, you're forgetful. I mean, with no confidence, you'll play safe and stay back, which means you're going to wait for something to happen as opposed to you're going to influence something to happen. Every play you go for, every play that you make, there's going to be some semblance of risk associated with it. It is the risk versus reward that you should constantly trying to press. Standing and waiting for something to happen is you're waiting for the game to end, and whether you win or lose is a we'll see what happens. It's normal human reflex. The amount of things that we do even when we're afraid, you do them anyway. Being brave doesn't mean you're not afraid. Being brave means you're afraid and you go for it anyway. That's the whole point. Tell me. I will say this though, your Echo player that I believe is now on the Sojourn, they're not silver. They're not silver at all. Now, how can I tell that, Sporks? Is it because of the character they're playing, or is it because of the decisions they're making? I would say at least diamond, low diamond. Masters, actually. Good for them. Holy shitballs. Okay. Same as before. No issues with the Switch. I just need to know why. Good to see you, by the way, Mitosis. I see you. Yeah, I would have guessed low diamond, but that's just me looking at them passively. Okay, so Sporks, why? That's all I'm gonna ask. No issues with it, but I'm gonna ask why. Jacob, I disagree because in between fights, the Echo was looking to apply pressure. Golds didn't do that in Overwatch 1. The reason I said low diamond is because you wouldn't see that until like high diamond, which is why I'm like, okay, maybe low diamond because it's Overwatch 2 or whatever. But actually applying pressure in between fights, I never saw any gold players do that ever. Not even plats. You would start to see that in diamond where people would actually like look to force cooldowns in between fights, or at least even get information. Mitosis beat a Silver Widow, and maybe I'll believe you. What? I got tired of getting killed, so your reason for changing to Brig is more survivability. Okay. Okay, I have so many questions. All right. Okay. I have so many questions. Number one, you got down to 9 health in that Reaper ult. If you have your ultimate, you can pop it and you can cancel the Reaper ult. So if you're going to drop shield anyway, use your ult to give you some sustain on the startup and then cancel the ultimate, maybe save some teammates. Or you can hear the Moira. She's in front of you. She's not even like spacing you correctly. She's in front of you. You can also cancel that ultimate with your ults. And instead, you're just standing shield, holding your shield against an ethereal ability that you're not blocking. So you're just cosmetically holding shield, and the damage is still coming through. We need. Sweet baby Jesus. I didn't realize I had my ult there. Everything's fine. Okay. Okay. Sporks, I have a lot of work to do with you on Brig. I have a lot of work to do with you on Brig. Here's what you should be doing as Brig. Because standing there with a shield out, you're not actually blocking anything. It's like the same thing as a Rhine player that is standing in the open holding shield, and they're not actually blocking anything at all. You need to use back. Yes, Walker. We'll get to that in a second. Brig in Overwatch 1, you have a stun with the shield bash. All great and fantastic. You don't have a stun outside of your ult. The whole point of that dash is mobility. That's the only mobility you have. You can use it. You could be in the middle of Sigma's ult, and you can get enough distance with that bash to fully escape the ultimate. That's how much distance you can actually get with that thing. It's pretty damn good. You can also use it to diag off of certain surfaces and get some height to it. It's pretty cool. You can do that. Yes. Your whole it's mobility. It's not for into them damage, because now you did that. Very rarely should you be using it to go in. I don't know these things. Well, Sporks, welcome to. Yes, how are you? Nice to meet you. I'm an Overwatch coach. If you have any questions, So what I'm saying is this: if you have your Inspire up, cool, awesome. If you don't, you're going to end up in a situation that we just saw where everyone's critical and you're going, I don't have enough packs for this. The packs are for when you have those small windows where you need a little bit more healing, or you're only maybe a second or two from being able to get your Inspire back up again. That's what the packs are for. When you need a little bit extra, or when you have a little bit to like minimize your downtime. Your flail, procking it off of their tank, very consistent. Using your bash in order to proc it off of their tank, very risky. A good tank player will schlong you for that, as they should. There, now we're chilling. We're looking to move forward. We're still on payload. 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 Okay. They use the bash and cooldown. Now we go in. We start to move forward. We don't have our Inspire anymore. They've already used the scary cooldown. We're going in. Yes. Now we chill. We're relaxing. We hold this angle. We don't give up the angle. We just gave up the angle. Why did we give up the angle? I'm going to throw up. What? Okay, fair, Sporks. But even if you cancel that Bastion, you would cancel his ult, which means he can now shoot you, and there's 3 other people. Oh, Sporks, I don't know who you've been I don't know who you've been queuing with, but they are either encouraging bad habits or 15 games in, that's your magical number. You stop playing. Stop playing. You're tired. You've had a long day at work. Stop playing. VOD's scary. Bobby, I do it with as much gentle heart as I possibly can, but I will never bullshit y'all. I will never bullshit y'all because that does not help you. I could just be running the clock and trying to get your money, but I'm actually genuinely trying to help y'all. That's the difference. Hold on, am I in trouble? Okay, so takeaways from the VOD, Sports. Will maybe get you a bit more familiarized with the characters. But the times where you actually pop off and you were playing and you were influential were when you were playing aggressively. We can nitpick as to how much or how little, but you were actually trying to accomplish something. But the other 90% of the game, I don't mean the round, I mean the whole game, you were on payload or behind your tank waiting for something to happen. Before I end this, I need you to not look me in the face. Well, yeah, you can look me in the face and type that you understand if you are waiting for something to happen, you have no influence as to what is happening, and you deserve whatever outcome presents itself. You are at the mercy of Elo Hell because you are not doing anything to get out of it. Versus if you try and make something happen, you at least have a chance. We did that with Celebi. She ended up loving Brig and she started climbing with her. But Sporks, I'm looking forward to it. I got a 10 lose streaks, then 10 win streaks. Yesterday, I had a very opinionated individual. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but I had some doozies last night, chat, or mitosis. I had some doozies. I played after stream, and I had some characters I ran into. I really do think that as the night progresses, the level of brain activity goes down significantly, and the filters that people have. I hear sexist shit. I hear racist shit. I hear. Anyway, I'm going to stop it there. But Sporks, thank you very much for the VOD. And we're going to move on. May, if you can hear me, it is your turn. If May is not, then Shorty, you're going to take her spot. Yeah, these last 3 games, to be fair, this Busan one, this is the one that made me hurt. My brain hurt. We won this one, but anyway. Okay, good. I have a lot of successful voice chat reports of Midnight Overwatch players. People are just hiding behind anonymity is not impressive. Where people are like, they say something and they leave VC, that's not a drop the mic moment. That's you being a pussy. Pardon the French, but what else is that? You say what you want to say and you leave the room. That doesn't make you a big man. That makes you a coward. If you're gonna if you want to nut up and say something, but then prepare to have an argument. Don't just say what you want and then run away like a scared little bitch. Anyway, just mute the Baba, mute them, chat. Not worth it. Get out of team voice, mute them, and move on with your life. That's what I did, and I felt better afterwards. But it's just like I don't know where that became. I will not tolerate cowardice. True. But you just say something and then you run away. Anyway, what was the question? May, the code is in the Discord, I'm assuming, right? Yes. Please. Uh-oh. So this game felt really good for me. Got lots of comments on my team saying they lost because they couldn't kill me. I was due with a friend who played Soldier. Is this a Mercy or a Kiriko VOD? Or is this the rare May on DPS we're about to see? Morning, Minx. Speaking of which, Minx, I gotta say, I am appreciating this box of snacks more and more because if I don't sleep well, my insomnia kind of messes with my appetite and I find myself not being able to eat, which makes me very sad. But having this little bag of goodies on the side when my appetite does kind of rear its head, I appreciate it. So thank you. Masters 1, he's in Masters. And so, are you the carry, or is he the carry, or do you want me to tell you my opinion? Mercy Vinyl. Okay. Let's see what you got, man. So bad. May. Is your nickname Smurfsy? As in Smurf Mercy? What the fuck, bro? The Hog's name is amazing. There's a lot of really good names in this lobby. Okay. Something small. Minx actually brought it up. There's two things technically. All right. So the resing outside of spawn, if you guys already have spawn advantage, there's no pressure to actually res. If anything, if your team wants to keep trickling, use this to basically farm your ultimate and help them farm theirs. So whoever's up, let them do that. If the Ana dies, personally, let her respawn. Spawn is literally right there. I don't think the res is necessary. But then the other thing I want to talk about, and this does have to do with any time you're playing Mercy specifically, pay attention to what DPS they have versus what DPS you have. Res for faster regroup. Okay, but faster regroup into what? Faster regroup into a fight that's not going into our favor? I would rather have you help what is actively contributing than play on a, hey, get up right now. Because here's the thing. If the Ana gets res right that second, is she going to turn the fight? Or is her being alive going to keep the fight from being lost? No. That's the point. I've said my opinion about it. But the big thing, and May, I think this will make a lot of sense once I point it out. If you're looking at DPS matchups, one of the things you do need to be listening for, or even just looking for, is if you're pocketing a DPS hero, what are they dueling? if it's, and this is King's Row is a really good example because Widow and Hanzo and even Sojourn are quite popular on this map. So if you're playing against DPS, let's say they have double sniper. Let's say they have a Hanzo and a Widow, and your DPS are, in this case, a Genji and a Soldier. You know that the likelihood of your DPS dueling their DPS, the pocket is still valuable, but it's going to be significantly more valuable in terms of the damage boost versus the healing. The same way, if you have a target that gets antied, you're not going to be able to heal them, so damage boost should be your priority. If you have a soldier who gets body tapped, fine, heal them up a bit. But if they're full health, you should only be doing damage boost until the second they take damage. Simply put, because if that sniper that they're dueling with one-shot potential lands the headshot, it doesn't matter how much healing you're putting out. You can't mitigate that. You can't out-heal a one-shot. So they just drop anyway. So look at it as a really fun opportunity of like whatever your pocket is currently, or your thing you're pocketing is currently dueling. If it's against a one-shot hero, think of that as I am only doing blue beam until you maybe can top them off, because that blue beam, that's realistically your highest chance and rate of keeping your soldier alive, because now they're able to do more damage, therefore making it harder to get one shot in the first place. And they're also able to be a bit more confident in the duel because your soldier doesn't have a one shot, but their Hanzo does, regardless if they have a pocket or not. Info. Well, you don't really have to peek, Minx. You can also listen for info. But May, you and I have been over that. I think you're quite good at that. So I like this. We're prioring the damage boost versus one-shot heroes. I like this a lot. We're damage boosting it for the damn. This is fantastic. All right, who's pushing up? Nice. Ooh, now that's a good example. Okay, May, because you are grouped with this person, and you potentially just saw the Hanzo. Based on your body language, I think you did see the Hanzo. How often do you make calls like that for your duo? That's a very good question. How comfortable are you with making audio callouts? He makes the comms? I don't want you to be afraid of calling that out. Mm-hmm. Don't do it. That's a huge waste by them. And this is almost a GM lobby, by the way. They just wasted dragons. Now, Hanzo probably thought you were going to go for a res or something. So, he was being stupid. Nice movement. You heard the Hanzo? Okay, good awareness. Disgusting. Damage boost. That's all you could do, that's fine. And you go for the... Damn! Okay. That was kind of gross, dude. I have no crosshair and mercy, by the way. Don't need it. It's only holding you back. Hashtag free the crosshair. really nice. So much damage. Okay. So May, before we go any further, what is the win condition that you've noticed for your team? What's the win condition that your team has versus theirs? Your team versus their team comp. What seems to be like the most consistent dive? Okay, but be more specific. Genji Doom, Nanoblade. It's your Nanoblade. So keeping that in mind, I think you're doing a good job. Like if this was like a team-based environment, here's how I would tell like the whole team to play. Doom needs to put pressure on their front line while your soldier and you basically farm as much damage and pressure and visor as you can. Or rather, I'd have your Doom and your soldier working in tandem. And then you guys basically burn visor to weaken the front line as much as possible while your Genji and your Ana farm ult off of nades and shuriken. Because the faster that your Ana and your Genji can farm, the faster we have basically a free team fight with Nano Blade plus damage boost. So, if anything, your soldier needs to play a little bit more independent. We do talk about like characters that are better to pocket versus less better to pocket. Personally, I don't think soldier is as good of a pocket, in my opinion. Some people might agree or disagree. I think Ashe is a better pocket. I think Pharah is a better pocket. I think Echo is a better pocket. Um, I think Sojourn is a better pocket. I even think that Widow is a better pocket since her effective range change because she's unable to hold angles that she used to be able to, but if you give her damage boost, she can hold those old angles that she used to be able to. So I actually think Soldier is pretty low on the list when it comes to best pockets. Now, that's your duo. I don't know if they play other things other than Soldier, but hey, that's just I'd rather pocket a Soldier than a Genji. That's fair. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Is that there are better things to pocket than a Soldier. So there's number one. Number two,
is if you do notice that you guys have a really strong win con in being the Genji and the Ana working together with their ultimates, I want you to think about it, not ignore your duo obviously, but I want you to think of like, how can I make that win condition either happen more often, or how can I help make it be a bit more successful? So if I'm playing a tank, or I'm playing a DPS, or I'm playing the other support, and I go, okay, Nano Blade is really awesome. My character, can I either help get rid of cooldowns that would make it harder for them to use the combo? So like, can I make the Ana use her sleep? Can I make the Kiriko use her cleanse? I can't really do that. Can I make their Hog use their hook? I can't really do that with the character I'm playing. But can I help them get their combo faster? That is something I can do. Okay, how do I do that? So as Mercy, we talk a lot about when you should be damage boosting, when you should be healing. And we've also talked about Mei, which you learned very quickly. I think you understood it very quickly. Was when we see these opportunities where like an Orisa using ult, a soldier using visor, a Genji using blade, you have these moments of high damage where damage peaks up higher than it normally would, and you're able to help multiply that even further with damage boost. I think you adapted to that very well, and I see you doing it in like all the VODs you submit. So you definitely learned how to do that. But also think about not just those peak damage moments, but think about how you can make them happen more often. So characters on your list on your team that have these high instances of damage potential, think about how can I make them shine a bit more? Oh, I damage boost them, makes the damage more. But also think, how can I make them be able to do that more often? And that means either helping influence their ult economy, or maybe helping them during a certain cooldown. The example here is I can actually pocket my Ana whenever she's looking for a nade, increase the amount of ult charge she gets off of that. Maybe that's a bit situational, but the Genji for sure, the Genji you're definitely going to be able to help, especially when he's looking for these pokes, or if he is looking to engage to finish a kill. So don't be afraid to also help the Genji out a bit. I don't want you just solo pocketing the soldier, but it's a concept to kind of think about. You know, Shorty is a very good Genji. Yeah. Mei, it's just something to think about. If you know you have a really strong combo, can you make the combo more likely to pop off, or can you help them build the combo faster? Think of it that way. Your Doom is doing stuff. Clean, 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 clean. Nice. Delicious, delicious, disgusted. Nice reset. Nice. The Valk through the window to the cross to the fly to the yaw. Very nice. Oh, Shorty, here we go. May, I've been telling you this ever since you were like plat or gold or whatever. Your movement on Mercy has always been good. And it's actually somehow gotten better. It's always been good, but it's actually even managed to get better than it was before. So, well done. Okay, see what you got. This works. Let me show you something. The reason I don't want to say you wasted Valk is this. I was just about to make a comment about this because I'm thinking about that ridiculous video that came out a few years back where they were talking about making Mercy nerf for mobility, and there was that dumbass video about like, oh, just get good forehead, just click on her head. And all like the Overwatch League pros and all like the people were basically laughing at this guy because it's just like, are you freaking kidding me? She takes off like a hyper jet off the runway. She changes directions on a wing. She fly across the map at Mach 7, get a res off, and then right back. So, real quick, I want you to pay attention to this right here. While you're Valking, you were able to get to this high ground and save your team. But this nonsense, where even if the Ana, let's say, wanted to contest you, or if the Hog wanted to do something about you, the fact that you're Valked makes you basically untouchable. And you're also able to gain perception of your team. You're also able to guarantee that you can get to your people there. I don't think Valk was a waste. I also think if the Hog hadn't been nanoed, you also would have maybe even able to draw aggro from him. But it was because he was nanoed, you were unable to. So, me personally, you didn't know how this was going to go down. You know, your Hog is there with the Genji, but what happens if their soldier actually gets a pick on your soldier? Your Hog's burning through all of his cooldowns. Now their Hog pushes with your soldier who's just gotten the pick on the Genji. That could have gotten messy very quick. So Valk, I don't think was horrible. Do I think it was the best? No. But I can see why you did it. I love when people tell Proper to just hit the Mercy. I'm watching this. Look at this. Look at. Just yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just hit her. Duh. Just shoot her in the head. Lol. Oh, yeah. For those of you guys who are confused, Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. That's what Jacob's talking about. We're thinking about it. Chat, is it weird that I really enjoy licking my fingers? I don't mean that in a weird way, but like when they have crumbs on them. you, Jacob. That's a nice trade. I'm actually okay with that. We need to die quickly there. That's fine. Okay, so going into... We could probably prolong this into like 2 fights, which should be really nice for us. If we can make this 2 fights, we're good. Hey, Uni. Welcome, welcome. Small tip, never walk in a straight line. True, write that down. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting. Last fight territory, we have ult advantage. Now, May, before I watch this Genji is great. He got diffed by the Kiriko, but Kiriko is a fun and balanced hero. So before we push play on this chat, I want predictions. We have Valk, we have Visor, and we have Hog ult. If you guys had to choose who you're voting, this is a Masters 1 Mercy player named Smurfsy. This is May, who's currently in chat. So, based on this next fight, chat, and the fact that they don't have any ults, if you were playing Mercy here, which of the ults, Hog ults or Soldier's ults, do you think would be more impactful / beneficial to contribute to? If you had to pick one of them to pop off, Visor or Hog ult, based on what they're running, which one do you think would be better? True, Tommy. Walker says Hog, in my opinion. Okay. Anybody agree? Anybody disagree? Hog ult creates space, in my opinion. Soldier. Visor. I say Soldier. What's good, Noisy? Look at what the enemy team is running. Hog melts things. Mm-hmm. We have Ana. Okay. Hog will get 1 shot. What I asked was, in between Soldier ult and Hog ult, which one would be a better pocket for this next upcoming fight, based on what the enemy team is running? Soldier. So I say Hog. Can anybody guess as to why? It has to do with the sustain that they have, the mitigation they have, as well as the CC that they have. Damage boost whole Hog does nothing. Not true. So if you look at the enemy team, because right now we're defending, keep that in mind. He's going to get deflected and slept. We are on the red team. Keep that in mind, Uni. We're on the red team. Their Hog is the one that doesn't have ult, and they don't have a Genji. So they have May Wall, which they can use to close space. Hog ult shreds May Wall, so that gets rid of a very, very big cooldown, and maybe even forces her secondary cooldown of her self-sustain, taking her out of the fight temporarily. Number two, if our hog does get ulted, or rather, if our hog does get hooked, that ult also swings that pull into his favor and advantage, because now he has the upper hand at close quarters damage comparable to the other hog, even if he does get the hook. Number three, the sleep or the nade. If the hog is frontlining and he is slept or naded, there's still an increased chance of survivability because of the damage boost on top of the ult, to where the hog can live and still, at the very minimum, create that distance and space, which is what we're looking for on defense. And then number 3 and 4, this is a big one. Their Ana, if it nades or sleeps the soldier during ult with no damage resistance applied to him, he is dead. So everything that the hog can do in terms of stopping major cooldowns, or at the very least pulling aggro and tanking major cooldowns, the hog is going to be able to do significantly better than the soldier, who will just die for it, and the whole ult is lost. Versus at a bare minimum, even if the ult goes really poorly, yo, tell me with the gifted sub, huge. Even with hog's ult getting bare minimum value, it is still less risky and it has a higher chance of succeeding because of what the enemy team is running. It's because of the May Wall. It's because of their soldier. It's because of their Ana. It's because of their kitty. It's because of the hog mirror. Well, Walker, what it's done now is it's a non-disclosed amount. If it's a single gifted sub, like if you gift a sub to a specific person, it'll just say gifted a null sub. So because it doesn't say for how many months you've gifted, it'll just be a one gifted sub, but then they'll be subscribed for 3 months, like it shows for Yumi. So that's why I say that the hog is better. Does that make sense? You guys can disagree. You guys can say, hey, what about this? What about that? That's absolutely fine. I'm not saying everything I say is the law of the universe, but that's how I would view it. It's because of the May Wall. It's because if our hog gets hooked, he has the advantage because he has ult, their hog doesn't. The kitty can cleanse, but only so much. The Ana can sleep and nade, but the pushback of keeping them at bay has already happened. We're not attacking, we're defending. Now, if they had a diva, obviously this would be a little bit easier because, like, oh yeah, the hog, obviously that will be a better one because Visor's just going to get eaten. But it's considering what they have that they're trying to push with. They don't have any ults yet. Not to mention, if it's soldier versus a hog, I'm not as confident, and their hog could build his ult charge. If it's your hog versus their hog, you might be able to kill him or push him back to where he doesn't get that valuable ult charge in the first place. Wait, what if he gets hooked, iced, walled, then comboed, anti-slept? Fantastic. He still has his ult that he can use to try to add to his survivability and or break the wall if he turns around. If he doesn't, you now switch pocket to the soldier, who then can visor, because all of those cooldowns that would have immediately killed the visor are now gone. Wall's been used on the hog, hook's been used on the hog, sleep's been used on the hog, nade's been used on the hog. All those cooldowns are now gone. So now that team has to push without hook, wall, sleep, ice, nade, cleanse maybe, because there's still an active hog ult going off. That's the point. If you hog ult and you trade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cooldowns for it, hey, that sounds pretty good to me, because now our team still has our nade, still has our deflect, still has an active Valk going. Maybe the soldier can now pressure them back, force another cooldown. Maybe our Mercy can then res because she has Valk. So again, if this was like a team setting, I would have everyone on the same page. So my hope here is that we damage boost the hog. It did not happen. Our hog just fucking fed. Now we can switch to helping our soldier. Let's see what we have. Nope. All right. Here we go. Big play. We're going to hook 3 into the pit. We're going to hook 3. Watch this. We're going to hook 3. Ready? We're going to hook 3. Ready? Hook 3. Where's the first one? Nice. We didn't hook 3. Shit. Alright, hold on. 1v5. Let's go. It's crazy you haven't had to use your Valk yet. I'm very confused. Just hit the Mercy. Just shoot the Mercy, chat. It's not that hard. Just shoot the Mercy. Just shoot the Mercy, lol. Shoot the Mercy. All right, May. So yeah, the only things I would say is keep an eye on what your win condition is and see how you can enable it. Number 1. Number 2 is keep an eye on what your DPS are dueling. Are they going against one-shots? Do they already have a one-shot? Where should you be kind of providing value? Consider what you're pocketing. So yeah, we talked about a lot of things being better than Soldier. Sojourn, Widow, Ashe. What else is better than pocketing Soldier? Sojourn, Widow, Ashe, Pharah, Echo, Junkrat. I actually even think is better to pocket than a Soldier is, to be honest. Cass, yes. Cass arguably is probably the weakest DPS, but the weakest hit scan hero right now, because they keep buffing his resistance to damage as opposed to his ability to provide damage, where Cass is constantly at risk of getting exploded. If you play Rush into a Cassidy, you just get, and then that's it. But, you know, if the Cass is landing shots, good job. I would have shot about 50 arrows by now and smashing my controller. Unless I'm that Soldier, pocket me. Anywho's what's it? Now, May, does it make sense why I say that Soldier isn't as good of a pocket as those other characters? It comes down to Mercy being a multiplicative hero versus an additive hero. Her value is multiplicative, but you need to have something that you can multiply, something you can multiply the value. That he has his own sustain. Not only that, but what a characters like Pharah, Echo, Pharah more than Echo, Widow, Sojourn, characters like that, what do they all have in common? They all have what kind of damage available to them? Burst damage, right? They're able to have a lot of burst damage. And the damage boost makes that burst damage even more valuable. Where outside of Soldier's Rocket is a bit of burst damage and stuff, but it's not nearly as consistent as Pharah's primary fire doing that amount of damage. Even Echo's projectiles for her primary and then her nades, that burst damage that she does, that's ridiculous. Sojourn has those moments where she can help build her blue. She builds her blue shot, and when she has that high bit of burst damage, that can one tap people with the damage boost. Isn't Pharah getting reworked next season? Apparently, her mobility is. Yes. So yeah, it's not just the sustain May, it's also the fact that you're amplifying damage over time versus burst damage. So burst damage is always going to be better. Anywho, May, thank you very much for the VOD. Are there any specific questions that you had for me before I move on? Are there any specific questions? Anything that you're like, hey, tell me about this, tell me about that? I got the cheat VOD code, by the way. Drop it in the Discord. Maybe we'll take a look at it. May, you've come a very long way with Mercy. I think the big part of your improvement is been being more of an out-of-the-box thinker, and I think you've been doing a really good job of that. It definitely shows that you're using your brain in a lot of creative ways, because in my opinion, I think Mercy is a very difficult character to climb on. I think Mercy is very hard to climb on. I think Lifeweaver is very hard to climb on. I even think that Moira and Brig outside of specific playstyles can be difficult to climb on. I got your back, May. Thank you. No, Tommy, stop it. See my Brig gameplay. Uni, I'm still hitting GM next season for sure. Probably, May. Probably. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. You earned it. And then you can tell Skyesti how to play the character properly. Tell him Atlas sent you. None of this nonsense. Anyway. But next is going to be, I can't post now, my account is banned for a month. What do you have against her? No, nothing against her, Deanna. But apparently, she had an interesting opinion that I thought was a little too. If you have someone, no, I don't even know her as a person, Deanna. She could be lovely, she could be amazing. I don't know her as a person. My only qualm is if you have someone that plays a specific role or they play a specific character and they give an opinion about it and it's very, very biased. Like it's very biased. Like I play a lot of Hanzo, and it's like if they even do anything to nerf Hanzo, I'm like, oh, this is horrible. They're idiots. And if they buff Hanzo, I'm like, no, this is fine. This is balanced. Even though it's like fundamentally busted, I think that's a little silly. I'm one of the few Hanzo players that would, from the very beginning, was like, yeah, Scatter Arrow is broken. There was a lot of Hanzo players like, no, it's part of his kit. Let him have it. And they knew damn well it was broken. It didn't need to be there. So I do think that sometimes she favors Mercy a little too much. I mean, you also have funny opinions sometimes. Absolutely. I'm not perfect at all. And if someone had a similar opinion about me favoring a certain hero, this or that, that's absolutely fine. No problems with it. About Mercy hits you like E2. I think Mercy is hard to carry on because of the design of the character. I feel like she gets so much shit for nothing. I don't think I'm giving her shit for nothing. I think that she's a little too biased of Mercy as a character. Maybe towards Ashe. Yeah, that's fair, Jacob. Everyone has natural biases. I'm not acting like I don't have natural biases. I tried to not, but I know I'm not perfect. Yeah. Hopefully she's not getting shit for the wrong reasons, Deanna. And I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm giving her shit for the wrong reasons. It's maybe because I think she favors the character too much. I give shit to Flats the same way. Flats, I think, is a good player. She's being flamed 24/7. I didn't even know that. Yeah, I certainly don't spend my time flaming her 24/7. So I wish her the best, but I don't know anything about her as a person. But Flats does the same thing, and I kind of make little comments about that where he favors Rhine way too much. And when the support changes went through, I did not agree on his opinion at all. He was saying how like these are good changes. I'm like, no, they were not good changes. Flats was saying how like, yes, nerf the supports. This was a good thing. I'm like, no, you're not nerfing supports. You're making them less fun, and that's not fair. And it's because he was so upset about how like they made tank not fun for so long. So he's like, good, now it's the support player's turn. I'm like, that's not how that works. Two wrongs don't make a right. You should never make one role less fun at the cost of someone else's role's fun. That's stupid in my opinion. So any content creator that like thinks that it's a good idea to like make the game less fun for other people at the expense of someone else's, I'm never gonna agree with that. Well, she made sure some bad changes were changed back in previous fun, and all the Mercy players are happy, or like how I won for hours after changing Zen. Just alt delete the game, nerf Atlas. Junkrat mains be like, y'all are wild. The Zen change is he got 2 buffs and a nerf. They do this a lot where they change things in threes. We'll see what happens. Obviously, I don't play Zen as much as some of y'all play Zen. So the fact that you guys had strong worded opinions about the character, there is nothing wrong with saying, hey, here's something I enjoy, and they're making it less enjoyable or they're taking it away from me. There's nothing wrong with going, oh, that sucks, and then feeling some type of way about it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, this is mine, give it back. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just y'all being human. But there's a very big difference as to whether or not something is oppressive. I don't think Zen was oppressive. You do realize if Scarcity doesn't speak on Mercy, we would never get anything fixed. She's the closest to Blizzard when it comes to them not listening to people's complaints. Maybe if we're talking Overwatch 1, but there's actually a lot of support players in Overwatch 2 that have just as much of a say, if not more influence. She's definitely noticeably the most, I would say, vocal about Mercy specifically. For Mercy, not really. Yeah, so yeah, for Mercy specifically. But if we're looking at the support role in general, there's a lot of vocal people for support. So yeah, it's even gotten to the point where I'm even seeing some like relative support hater DPS players even saying Mercy's fine right now, leave Mercy alone. So that's actually kind of a good sign. If like even people that are like known Mercy haters are still like, no, leave her alone. I think people need to just shush and leave her alone. She mostly voices her opinions for Mercy, though. Really touches other supports too much. That's what I'm saying. It's good to have that, but you guys gotta understand is if there's people that are close to Blizzard development, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to accomplish anything because the developers still have people they have to answer to. So that's number one. But number two, if you can treat the entire roster of Overwatch more like an ecosystem and you try to make decisions that will make the ecosystem healthier, that may be some characters being dialed down and other characters being slightly tweaked or even increased in potency, which as long as the overall IP is healthy, I still would argue that like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And so when you have people that are preaching so hard for the needs of the fewer one, as long as they're not forgetting the needs of the many, I'm okay with that. My initial thing, and I stand by this, is content creators like Skyesti or Flats, where they're a little too invested in maybe one hero, not even a role, but one hero. It's very hard not to miss the bigger picture. Now, at the same time, I know I'm at fault where maybe sometimes I'm a bit too much of the bigger picture guy, and I do forget about the needs of the individual. It's something I'm working on. I know I'm not perfect at it, but you guys can kind of see both sides of the coin. It's hard to look inward and outward at the same time. So I think having a nice balance between the two is a good place to try to meet in the middle ground. Thank you around her as passionate as Skyesti and Neandra. So there you go. There's a bad ability just because we barely use it the more we climb up. Other than that, I just adapt to all the changes that make her to her. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be people that still enjoy the character. Keep in mind, there's a large majority of the player base that fell in love with the character because of either it got them out of an elo when nothing else could. They really liked the play style that they developed and they fell in love with along the way. They love the lore of the character. Maybe they saw the character in a cinematic. That's how I was with Hanzo. You know, I saw Hanzo in the cinematic and I was like, oh my gosh, bow and arrow. And you know, I met Deanna on Rialto, and you guys know that Rialto is my favorite map ever, and it's for balance reasons, but it's also because of that personal reason. So we all have our own interactions with the IP and the people that we met along the way and the characters that we've played. So there's always going to be a little bit of that emotional attachment towards heroes. So I'm not knocking anyone's passion. I'm not knocking Skyesti's passion for Mercy. I'm not knocking Flats's passion for Reinhardt. Deanna, I'm not even knocking your passion for Zen. What I'm saying is that passion is one thing, and then I guess hard, heavy bias is another. And I don't think it's bad to have either, as long as we can admit when it's maybe kind of clouding our judgment. You know, I've tried my very best not to overly show favoritism towards Hanzo. I've tried not to show over favoritism for Rialto and be like, every other map sucks, Rialto's the best. Like, no, I just have my favorites, and there's nothing wrong with having a favorite. There's nothing wrong with being passionate about something, as long as you don't shit on other people's passion for the sake of your own, because that's not fair. Like, oh, if Zen gets nerfed and you're like, okay, let's buff Zen, but while we're at it, fuck Lucio players. Like, where did that come from? I don't want that to, you know, there's a difference. Anywho, Shorty, what's good? Fackham. Who dissed exactly Walker. So that's all I'm saying. In 5 months, first game I play Mercy Kitty. I know how to play Mercy. My friend, he don't know how to play Pharah, so we say fuck him. Let's learn GM too. So yeah. Oh my goodness. So for those of you that don't know, Shorty here used to be gold. Now he's GM on every roll, and he's awesome from the moment he washes his face in the morning to the time where he takes his shoes off. GM on all rolls now, by the way. Let's see what you got. It's going to be Mercy right here, and then the Pharah. I got your back, big dog. Oh, okay. Okay, we have a late pick on the tank. We have, you said this is GM Sue, right? I'm GM gold mostly, true. So we have Lucio, Kitty, Doom, Genji, Tracer. Cyclone is so bad. Why do you say that, Uni? Master of Silver, true. And then we're running... Okay. So we're running Dive with Diva Poke? What? Alright. I like how you're playing Mercy already, like if you were playing Pharah. Like you're like heavy abusing Skybox. That's kind of crazy. Yes, you know. Okay, I'm not... Shorty, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Shorty, you're very much aware of Pharah, but that's it. You're very much aware of Pharah, but everyone else, you're you're very... Hey Rage, welcome. You're very much Rage, yes you can. If we do rages, that'll... What time is it? Yeah, we have time for one more rage. That'll be the last one. Well, your Pharah is definitely your friend. If you read... I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. Good luck, Tommy. How did I know you were gonna res that, Shorty? How did I know? Bro, just shoot the Mercy. Just kill her. Just shoot her. Easy, right? Huh. Oh, what's good, Moon? Wait.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. To be fair though, I will say this. After that last Valk and you started to pay attention to the rest of your team, you actually played better. Okay. Okay, you guys are now running Tracer, Zarya. You're good. Moon, you have used your VOD tokens. Do you have channel points? Or a $10 donation? This character's so stupid. Moon, you're close then. You're very close. Remember Thursday. Just give her 80 damage per shot. Give her 80 damage. You can give her 90 for all I care. Just no more headshots. Please. 80 damage per shot. No more headshots. She has everything. She has everything. She
She has everything. 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 She has everything.
Okay, Bobby. Zen is balanced. He's not. Zen isn't balanced. Nobody good plays him. Okay. Hold on. So we have a couple of GMs in the chat right now. Do y'all genuinely think that Zen is balanced? Or when you say he's not balanced, do you think that Zen needs to be better? Or do you think Zen needs to be dialed down? Okay, no, Jacob followed instructions. Said Zen is not balanced, he's too strong. So do you guys think that do you think that Zen is not balanced and that he needs to be stronger? Or do you think Zen is not balanced and that he needs to be weaker? Okay. So what about Zen makes him so unbelievably strong for you guys? Discord, which leads to damage, right? No, not that. To damage. So what I would say is this. If Discord affected tanks by a lower percentage, can we agree that that would help the people that he plays against feel a little less suppressed without gutting the character? But he could keep his Discord higher percentage on squishies because it's lower HP pools anyway. So what we're talking about is the interaction between Zen's Discord and tanks, right? Because Ana Zen makes a lot of tanks go burr. I understand. Okay, so that's fine. This is a sensible, productive conversation we're having where maybe the interaction between Discord and tanks needs to be tweaked specifically. The same way when you sleep a tank, they're asleep for less than if you sleep a squishy. We agreed that that did not gut Ana, but it made the matchup a little bit more sensible. That made sense. So that's something to consider. Now, with that being said, the same people that were saying that Zen is too strong, what do we have in front of us? What is this character? Because if I think of weaknesses that Zen has,
There's a big one. He's a glass cannon. He's very diveable. Give me a weakness this character has. It is no counter. And again, these are GM players. All the people speaking right now, Moon, Walker, Jacob, Uni, you guys are all GM or top 500 players. So as long as we're on the same page that y'all are talking about Zen Discord not being fun, but that character has counters. This thing doesn't have any counters. A Zen can lose a 1v1 versus certain DPS. Kitty 1v1s every DPS on the roster, can 1v1 other supports, hell, can outplay tanks and take away all their value with a click of a button that requires little to no aim. Just saying. As long as we're on the same page. You guys started on the same page. Let's keep it going. I don't think supports should be able to crit. I think one of y'all had that idea. Sporks did. I actually like that idea. Supports shouldn't be able to crit, like Ana. That takes care of every issue you guys have with the spam, the volleys, the dueling potential. Alari can crit. That takes care of her damage without gutting the character. No, not that Moon. No, because then you'd have every single character basically being like Mercy, where you have to use healing and sustain and utility to carry your fights. That would be horrible. Support would become unbelievably stupid. Everyone that in their current rank on support wouldn't leave their rank. Everyone on their current rank on support wouldn't move. All the silver players on support, they would just stay silver. All the GMs would stay GM. All the golds would stay gold. All the diamonds would stay diamond. If you took away support's ability to carry through damage and influence, no one would move in rank on support. There'd be no room for actual improvement and only room for error. That'd be horrible. Expand damage and make it so everyone has damage drop off. No, because that inadvertently buffs hit scan too much, Jacob. The balance for hit scan is the fact that there's fall off. The balance for projectile is the unorthodox and having to adapt to travel speed and travel time. That's why when you looked at like when Echo first released, forget her ridiculous movement, when she had her primary, it traveled too fast. It was almost like a hit scan. And at certain ranges, it almost kind of is. So that's the difference. Shorty, I will say this. Your Kiriko, I don't think this is the first time you've played Kiriko. You look very comfortable. You look very... It's almost like you're playing a DPS hero. So Shorty, you looked very confident on Kiriko, GM2, a little bit more than you did on Mercy. Now, to be fair, when you stopped just pocketing your friend and you played more to like enable the team, you made some good plays. You definitely got creative with your reses and your mobility. That was interesting. But your Kiriko, you looked a lot more comfortable on. As someone that plays all three roles, Shorty, do you think that Kiriko is too strong? Do you think she's weak? Do you think she's a DPS hero that can heal? What do you think about Kiriko? So Shorty's Kitty is better than Mercy. Too strong? Why? DPS hero? That was an easier. It's always interesting to see a lot of y'all, especially, so something that I've noticed within the community is whenever we have, let's say, a lower elo VOD, a lot of the other lower elo players, they voice their opinions, and it's really cool to see all of y'all be able to progress together. And then when we have higher elo VODs, like a Masters player, a GM player, a top 500 player, a lot of the people that are talking in the chat also tend to be GMs, top 500, Masters players, etc., because it's also something that you see in your games and you feel like you can relate to it. and also gain some value from and also help each other. That makes me super happy as a content creator because I see people in the community actively encouraging each other to improve and even giving some of their helpful hints and tips based on experiences they've had. And I love the fact that we're able to do that across all ranks, not just one or the other. So awesomeness. Thank you. Big shout out to y'all. Thank you for being helpful to each other. No support should have headshot damage. All I seen was how broken Kitty is. Well, Shorty, I do appreciate the VOD. But yes, I think that your mercy maybe needs a little bit of work. Stop only pocketing one person that's your friend. Look around, see what's happening. You're a smart player. Look to see where you can help with the value, number one. And then number two, on Kitty, your spacing is really good. You're keeping an eye on your exits with your TP. You're not wasting your cooldowns. You're taking constant off angles and pressure. Kitty looks solid. No, nothing bad to say about the Kiriko. Nothing at all. Mm-hmm. But yeah, thank you very much for the VOD, Shorty. Appreciate your face. I don't think Kitty should be so high. Are you talking about drugs, Jacob? What are you talking about? Anyway, all right. Thank you again, Shorty. Now, Rage, if you can hear me, big dog, you are next. Plat 2, my highest. Okay, what is the lobby, Rage? Are you currently in Plat 2 right now? Did you drop a little bit? Where are you at with this one? So don't play Mercy. No, if you're going to play Mercy, just work on keeping an eye on your team a bit more. Have you seen the new rank icon yet? It looks like a red glowing thing, I think. I was in Plat 2, I'm in Plat 2 still? Okay. So this is current peak. Well, the aim has gotten better. Good job. Huge. Oh, you have the bald skin. Bald. Do it, Gino. What's the new rank icon? It's going to be called Ultimate Uni. The new rank is called Ultimate. And we have very little other details. They did show a little bit of a sneak peek of what it looks like. It's very similar to the top 500 icon, but it has like a reddish glow to it. It is probably Googleable. They did show a little bit of it from the BlizzCon thing, or I'm misremembering and I just leaked information I wasn't supposed to say, but I'm too tired to care right now. So we'll see. Okay. So number one, Rage. What? Appreciate you, Shorty. Thank you very much. Yeah. So real quick, Shorty. On their team, what gives you issues? What do you have a good matchup against on their team? Real quick. There's one character. There's one character you have a good matchup against. That's it. Hurt me, yes. What is your good matchup? You have one character that you can play a good matchup against. Soldier saying yes, Shorty, exactly. So outside of the soldier, you're not looking for any duels. You are looking to put as much pressure and damage into them as possible. This is something we went over at the very, very beginning of stream, because I did see Coach Spilo talk about how to play DPS. There was two things that he did not go as specific about as I think he should have, which is going to be the same problem that we had with Awkward telling everybody for months and months and months, just do damage, do damage, do damage. And you had thousands of support players that stopped healing their team to do damage, and they just didn't heal at all. And then they were losing rank like crazy and pissing off a bunch of like the average player base. And he was going, guys, don't forget to heal your team. And it's like, no shit. So I'm really worried that the Spylo VOD is also going to do that, because there's two things that he did not go specific about. And another thing he mentioned that I greatly disagree with. But anyway, I'll make my own video and we're going to go from there. Your job right now is Genji Rage is you're going to help the cart move forward. You're going to help make the team back up. You're going to open up opportunities for you to be able to punish and get a kill. But it's going to be once the things that you do not have a favorable matchup against no longer have the thing that makes them hard to kill. But that as simply as possible. Soldier in a 1v1, if you have all of your cooldowns and he has all of his, the closer you get, it still becomes in your favor, because at close range, even if you guys both have your cooldowns, you can beat the soldier, right? The Mei, if you get close range against the Mei, if you guys both have your cooldowns, the Mei still kind of beats you, right? Because she has that primary, you can't deflect it or nothing. Not to mention she has the wall, and she also has a way of saying, nope, you can't hurt me, and I get all my health and ammo back, and she can now fight you again. Kind of rough. So if you're able to finish off a Mei, fantastic. Those are the opportunities you're looking for. So as Genji, as a dive hero, you're going, what can I duel? What can I pressure? And what can I finish off? Not pick up 1v1 with, but what can I finish off and capitalize for? So the soldier, anytime he oversteps, you shit in his face. The Mei, the Mercy, the Moira, the Zarya, you pressure, you pressure, you pressure, and then you look to help finish them off with other people or other members of your team already actively fighting them. Does that make sense? Good. Never mind. Everything I just said, forget it, because you went Reaper. Ay. Still good to know? Of course. But the same basic principle applies. You're looking to do as much pressure as you can, and then finish up kills. You're good, you're chilling, payload's moving, you're putting pressure. You're just gonna put pressure. Nice. We're chilling. Keep up the pressure. Okay, we're chilling. We don't have our cooldowns, we can back up. Nice. Very nice. A big thing about DPS, especially in low elo, is you don't have to overcommit. You don't have to do too much. If you're constantly putting yourself into like a, hey, I'm in a risky spot, you're constantly at risk of being punished. So you only have to pressure enough to help the payload move, force people back, make them make mistakes, force their cooldowns, and then you capitalize and finish kills. But the whole idea of DPS, damage over time, or damage per second, it really means just do damage over second, and then the opportunities for picks will present themselves. Very nice. Here we're chilling. We're way too greedy. Relax. We're still relaxing. Okay, your Doom is pushing. We can go in with him. Nice. Beautiful. That's crazy. They just chased your Doom, and they C9 the card. This is amazing. Get him. Oh, no. Take an extra second there, big dog. You're gonna ult them, aren't you? You're about to ult them. No, you didn't. You're fine. So, real quick, forgive me. Well, I just almost died. Anyway, so chat. What should Rage have done? Thank you, Rage. So the Reaper is low health, no cooldowns going up top. First of all, we should have been patient and made sure our teleport actually went to the top, but we messed it up. Fine, fantastic. Remember when we talk about flankers, we talk about people that are getting in position for a play. Anytime that you as we'll just use DPS for example. Anytime that you decide to rotate, flank, go to high ground, back off, go forward, anything like that, the amount of time it takes for you to do so is something to be noteworthy of. Real quick, Mitosis, help me out here. Why is it better to rotate or commit to a flank before a fight as opposed to in the middle of the fight? Why is it better? Why is it better to do it in between fights? During team fight funny 4v5. Exactly. So if you're going to do something like that, like what the Reaper is, he has left his team in a 4v5 until his cooldowns come back, in which case he then has to use them just to get out and reset. So instead of giving the Reaper inherent value by also removing yourself from the fight, making it a 4v4, take advantage of the fact that he's being stupid and go fight the 5v4 and they're down their Reaper. So instead of going on their Reaper, if you messed up the cooldown, instead look to how you can add to the fight while they're down someone, TP to the high ground behind them, and look to make a play with your ultimate. Abuse the fact that he has caught himself away from his team, whether it's a flank, it's a dive, whatever it is. He poorly timed it, so you should be taking advantage of it. It's a 4v5 in your favor. Go milk it for value. But instead, what we do is we also take ourselves out of the fight, and it's a 4v4, and now neither of the Reapers are having fun. Does that make sense? Another really common thing is think about a Sombra that's invisible and looking to like poke at your Ana. Imagine if three of you are going, where's the Sombra? While a fight is starting, that Sombra hasn't even done anything other than exist, and she's pulled aggro of three people. Crazy, right? She has to uncloak in order to start doing damage. You can peel once the dive has been committed and react to it, but every second you go, I wonder where that Sombra is. What's going on? And you're just looking around, unless you have your wall hacks on. You're actually giving the Sombra value. If you know a soldier has decided to flank in the middle of a fight, while he's running and doing his thing, you can listen for him, but while he's doing that, you have to choose, do I meet him there and stop him, or do I have time to help elsewhere? Because while the soldier is flanked during a fight, it's a 5v4. In any other situation, if it's a 5v4, because you guys got to pick, you would push, right? So why is that any different? A target that gets slept, it's technically out of the fight. A target that has mistimed their flank is technically out of the fight. A character that is off on their own doing God knows what is technically out of the fight. You have opportunities where people remove themselves out of the fight because they have poorly timed things or because they've been influenced by cooldowns. You take the advantage of that and you pressure in the fight. True. Wow. Does that make sense, Rage? Okay. Keep it going. No, 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 no. Okay. So why did I say no, Rage? Why did I know that you were gonna do it? I didn't want you to do it. Being jump scared by the TPs, true. Rage, why did I not like that? Okay, let's rewind it back. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Okay, ready? Put it right here. Number one, your Pharah and Mercy are already on the flank. So the way that you help them, and this is again, if you're playing DPS and you see other members of your team also looking to apply pressure from an off angle, if you go and end up next to them, it's less of an off angle now. The best thing you can do as Reaper here is pull the people that are in front of you more towards you. Therefore, what your Pharah and Mercy are going from now have less to look at them. If you TP behind, and the people that were in front of you see you, they're now all going to turn and go, hey, there's also a Pharah and Mercy there. No, continue to pull aggro to enable the flank that's already there. So number one, keep it going. We lost our tank. We lost our Pharah. There you just die. You do not use ult. You can go for a kill if you want to, but you reset. You have to pay attention to the kill feed. Because right now, unless you kill everyone around you, I mean the Zarya, the Soldier, both supports, and the Reaper, where's the follow-up? You don't have a follow-up now. Your biggest sources of damage and pressure are now dead, including you. Your Pharah is dead, your tank is dead, you're dead. There's no follow-up for the play, and they still have a tank to hold space, because you're the ones that are attacking. They're defending. They have spawn advantage. You don't. That's true, Mitosis. Take a different angle. Enable their flank. You don't have to go in with the Pharah and Mercy. She's already taking that angle. Cool. She's got that covered. Create another angle. Create a new angle. Elbow macaroni. I don't know what I just said. Okay. This character's so stupid. I believe you, Rage. I believe you. Where are you going? Alright. Rage. Talk to me, big dog. Do you feel like maybe you were a little bit greedy? You were a little bit impatient? You were a little bit of, I just want them to die. I thought I was going to gonna build alt fast enough. Okay, fine. You and me, homie. Let's talk real quick. Were you tracking certain cooldowns, not even ults, but certain cooldowns, such as cleanse or bubbles? Be honest with me. Were you tracking bubbles or cleanse? No? Do you feel like that would have been beneficial information to have before committing versus just saying, hey, Q button? Just checking. Fun fact, Reaper can TP 35 meters and Wraith form travel 24.75 meters. Mitosis here knows a lot about the numbers. This is why he gets featured in all the different streamers, but it's where like Six is talking about like Hog can hook Brig through shield now, and Mitosis is like Hog buff. Anyway, sorry. That shit was so funny. I thought you wrote Hog buff. I didn't realize you wrote huge buff. My bad, Mitosis. I guess they both work. Real quick, Rage, if I can get you to understand anything, we keep noticing a theme with you, Rage, is that when you go near certain heroes that you have a good matchup against, you're less pressured to use your cooldowns. But there's a specific character, it rhymes with Maria. Every time you get near her, it's almost like you have to instantly use your cooldowns. Can you guess what that character is? Rhymes with Maria or Maria, or there's, yeah, it's the thing. So watch this. Whenever you get near her, it's like, oh, I instantly have to use my stuff because you're in the open. Kitty cart, yeah, exactly. You're instantly ended up in the open. You're also playing for a cart contest, which isn't technically your job. And anytime you get near their tank, whether you're playing Genji or Reaper, it's almost like you almost instantly have to use your cooldowns. So take a mental note of this, Rage, and I want this to register for you of, oh, shit. If I get near this character, it's not as free as some of the other characters on the field. So we should be taking mental notes of characters that we have less pressure to use our cooldowns versus more pressure to use our cooldowns. And believe it or not, this leads into the example of favorable matchups. If you take a look at a character and you go, who beats who in this situation? Oftentimes, the favorable matchup has to do with cooldowns. Imagine that. Resources in, resources out. You will notice that if you're playing a character that has a favorable matchup against another character, you have way more freedom to use your cooldowns. You have more time that you can take to actually secure the kill. You're in significantly less danger. And you have a lot of situations where even if you don't kill them, you're going to force them back, because if they don't back off, then they're going to die. You know, sometimes it's like a 50-50 on skill issue, who can beat who, but sometimes it's damn near just this character does really well against this character. And that's just the state of Overwatch. That's just the nature of this game, you know? There's one bubble. I would have stayed in the bubble. Me personally, that's okay. Shitted. Back to the Shadow Realm. Kirikari is bubbles. Alright, so real quick, how did you feel about that one, Rage? Let's see how you do on defense. Lots of good information. I hope I can help, Rage. Okay. So chat, what do I like to say on attack versus defense? We talk about left-handed and right-handed Overwatch players. The burden of push is for the attackers. The privilege of map control is for the defenders. So, Rage, do you have to trade your life for 3 picks? Do you have to int into the team? Or are you simply playing to hold space and map control and punish? Let's see how well you do. Good, Walker. Good, nice. I think their Bastion's hacking. No. Okay. Why didn't I like that? What was wrong with that right there? Rage, why did I not like the push into Kiriko? Good. Awesome. This is fine too. How many people have they just lost? They lost their tank, they lost their Widow, they lost their Illari. Technically, it was the Illari and the tank before the Widow, but you know what I mean. With the 3 people that they have lost, is it significantly easier or harder for them to push the payload? It's harder. It's almost impossible. Why? Because more than half their team is dead. So right now, the risk associated with you peeking into their spawn advantage and potentially dying when you do not have anything other than maybe a res, which would then have to be used to pick you back up, is this worth the risk associated with it, or is it not worth the risk associated with it? The answer is no, it's not. You got down to 20 health. If those players were even slightly less shit, you would be dead right now. The burden of push is for the attacking team. The privilege of map control is for the defending team. Play for your given advantage. Play for what you have given to you as a defender. This is fine, because you're not in risk of being one-shot, you're not in risk of actually being damaged, you're able to keep pressure up, you're able to keep poking, force cooldowns, apply pressure, you force the bubble. This is fantastic. Nice. Okay, she pushes you without bubbles, you melt. Switch targets, beautifully done. Okay, here we're just chilling. Okay, good. Being proactive with our ultimate. Why did I love that? It didn't get a kill, but what did you just force? I'll play it again in chat. You forced bubbles, you forced cleanse. The burden of push is for the attacking team. The privilege of map control is for the defending team. You proactively used your ultimate, which means now they don't have bubbles for their push until they come back, and they don't have cleanse for the push until it comes back. Good job. Touch some butts. Nice. shake you right now, Rage. We don't use turret form off cooldown. Why don't we use turret form off cooldown? What did that turret form just accomplish? Use your cooldowns with intention. Play for your neutral game, and then you use the same way in the very last fight. What did you do? Because it's good for their push? No, that was good for them. You're too far away to actually do any good damage with that. They sit behind a wall and wait. Your soldier already has high ground. What you can do right there with a damage boost is play for the neutral, wait for them to walk into the effective range of the cooldown, and then use it. Don't do it when they're 100 meters away. It's good for them because I used it, yes. It's better for them because you had to instantly cancel it because you realized you weren't doing any damage. A little sad to see the lack of using grenade for movement. We'll get into the tech stuff in a bit, mitosis. Foundation and principles first. So yeah, Rage, good that you identified that. Schmelted, bro. Schmelted. Shit. Okay. Not bad. Okay. So chat, help me out here. Should I have walked high ground there? Okay, so actually, Rage, that's what I was going to get into. So something that I wanted you to I don't think I have to rewind it. This is just a concept I want to kind of put into your head. What can Zarya not do easily? What is, first of all, what is Zarya good at? Is she a dive tank? Is she a poke tank? Is she a brawl tank? Close range. So she would be like a brawl tank, right? So something, whether you're playing Genji, you're playing Reaper, or even if you're playing Bastion, we'll just use Bastion as an example. Bastion, would you say, is what? A dive character, a poke character, a brawl character? What would you put Bastion under? Okay, Sleeper, you're fired. Poke and brawl, pokey-ish. I'm going to go with Walker's answer. Yes, definitely considered to be a poke character. If you look at the main primary ability for the character to provide value, effective range is going to be the big telltale for this. You're looking at a poke character in the poke archetype. With that being said, the closer you get to Zarya and Bastion being next to each other, Zarya gets a bit more favor. The farther you get, Ashen gets a bit more favor. So what you're noticing in a lot of these fights is when you have high ground and the Zarya is on low ground, and you're able to take a duel, not with the Zarya, but with other squishies, you have a bit of an advantage. And the Zarya has two options. Either use a cooldown to help them from afar, therefore taking away from her own sustain, or she does nothing and they die. Or she needs to now put herself on the high ground physically. Now, you have superior mobility to the Zarya. That's what Mitosis was talking about, using the nade for mobility. So if you need to, pressure high ground, Zarya has to rotate for you, you drop high ground, she drops high ground, you then go back to high ground, and you can rinse and repeat this cycle. That's a bit simplistic, and yes, I'm kind of nitpicking a very niche situation in which everything is working perfectly, but the idea is yes, if you are going up against a tank as a DPS or a support hero, and you know that high ground is good for a large list of reasons, the big one being height advantage, if you know that they struggle to get to high ground, then abuse high ground 110%. Or even if you are going up against a tank hero that does have mobility, well, the good news is they're going to have to use some kind of a cooldown to get to you in the first place. So even that's valuable. So yes, high ground is always going to be worth the play. High ground is always going to be worth controlling, especially on defense, because, and I'm going to say it again, the burden of push is for the attackers. The privilege of map control is for the defenders. If you're on high ground and you are milking it for value, they have to do something about you. Otherwise, you keep getting value. Does that make sense, Rage? So yes, absolutely play for high ground. Make the Zarya have to do something about you. Mitosis, that's right. That's even more high ground. We call that giga high ground or giga hard high ground, whatever it is. Hold on. Good luck, Gino. Hold on, Rage. Did your brain just fart? Did you think you had two nades? I did? Okay, I was about to say. Because you went nade and you went, hey, let me jump. Oh, wait, I can't do that. I just used the cooldown. I didn't think you would catch that. I see everything. I see everything, Rage. Atlas says wall hacks confirmed. Never said that. Maybe. Question mark. Is Zarya getting the nano was unlucky? Maybe. We keep giving up the damn high ground. Why do we keep giving up the damn high ground, Rage? What's going on? You're like, hell yeah, let me do something. Just kidding. I'm Spider-Man. Like, what we swing into action? Why are we doing this? Because if we're up here right now and they're shooting at us, we take a step back and we're fine. Here, look how much space we're having to give up. Look how much we're having to back up, and we're still taking damage. We're still taking damage. If they weren't shit, you'd be dead already. Just play a little bit more patient, Rage. Look how much we had to give up just now. Holy nipples. And like how much healing your team has to do into you to keep you alive is crazy. right, I don't mind the switch, but you got to tell me why, Rage. Why go Sombra? If it's for the touch, tell me it's for the touch, but I need to know why. Fast, okay. All right, now Rage. Don't spoil it. Do y'all think Rage pops off and carries his team and they win it all? Do you think he gets carried and they win it all? Or do you think his team gets absolutely shitted because everyone panics on defense? What do y'all think? Do you think Rage is the carry? Do you think he gets carried? Or do you think he gets absolutely shmalulud, whatever it's called? Do you think Rage is existing? Poggers? Okay. We're still on. This is interesting because this is a brand new round. Rage. Why did you choose Sombra? Are we defaulting because it was the last character we had picked? Or is there a reason? He's not the secret thrower yet, but he's not a hard carry. To hack the Zarya. How many times have I told you guys? If you're picking a DPS hero because you're expecting to downright counter the tank, there's very, very, very few exceptions of that. And I'm telling you right now, hacking the Zarya is going to do very little. If you are switching your DPS character for a cooldown to try to annoy a tank, you're doing it wrong. And before someone's like, "Oh, well, you could all and Doom get countered by Sombra." First of all, there's a lot of reasons that Sombra goes well into Doom and Ball, but it's not free because Ball and Doom can still outplay a Sombra, diff them, and win for their team. Because otherwise, those characters wouldn't be playable, period. So yeah, as a DPS character, if you're gonna play to like be able to really, really annoy, pester, punish a tank, that's fine. But understand it's gonna be your entire kit, and the whole pick as its entirety is the reason you would do it. You're not gonna do it for one cooldown. That's like saying, oh, as Echo, I'm going to have my beam and I'm just gonna beam their diva and over and over again. No, that's a waste. You can use the beam on other things other than their diva. Beam goes really well against diva because you can't mitigate it and you're still able to punish that high health target rather quickly. But that doesn't mean you're only going to be looking at the diva the entire time. No, you can still apply pressure elsewhere. You can force other cooldowns. You can force matrix in the meantime. Like there's other things you can be doing. So say I'm Sombra because I want to hack the Zarya. There needs to be more of a reason. So I'm not saying it's a bad reason, but there needs to be more of a reason. The enemy team comp currently destroys Doomfist. That's everything working together, though. That's the idea of mitosis. Is if you're choosing to run a whole comp that basically means their tank can't do shit, that's different. Because there's more of a reason other than, oh, hack does this. You know, it's the whole team just says, shit you, and just says no. Oh, we're doing things. Oh, you're hacking. Fun and balanced character. Slow down. Your fire strikes when you play Rhine, your TP when you play Reaper, your teleport when you play Sombra, chill. Take a second, move your cursor an extra centimeter up, and you'll be fine. You are rushing. Relax, woosah, breathe, aim your cooldown. Aim your cooldown. Don't flick them. Aim. You're gonna be fine. Aim. Aim, Kimosabi. I don't know, because you're probably hacking rage. You could you're rage hacking. I'm sorry. Okay. We go next. Ready? You're on May. Tell me why. Augers. And that is a GG. Okay. Looky. Okay. One final thing, Rage, and this is not something I normally go over whenever I do like 1v1s and stuff like that. Guys, keep an eye on December 2nd. On that Saturday, I am going to be doing a full live course on how to play tank from the ground up. And this is with one of our masters players, Boo Boo. So this will be from the ground up on how to fundamentally play tank. Rage, I know you're also a tank player, so this could be good for you. But real good thing to kind of keep in mind, Rage, and this may seem simple because it should be. If you are forced to use your cooldowns before a fight starts, is that good or bad? If you are forced to use your cooldowns before a fight starts, it's bad, right? So if you can force the enemy team to use their cooldowns before a fight starts, is that good or bad? It's good. So being mindful of that concept, when we're playing Mei here, if we are standing this close to the damage, this close to the action, this close to, are we more or less likely to be in a spot where like, we're going to have to use our cooldowns before the actual fight has begun? We're more likely, right? The fight is now about to actually begin. Everything in between is just kind of tickle, tickle, poke, poke. This is where your fight for you as a Mei at your effective range, this is where you would prefer the fight to be. Because that soldier gets closer to you, it's in your favor, right? Zarya, you can then maybe wall her off and actually have some follow-up because now it's at the corner where your team can help you. Maybe we can get, the Doom could land a slam. Maybe your Torb can help, Blaster. The turret can start chipping, maybe force a bubble. We have options, right? Mitosis, I would say yes, but it's after 5, and this was my final one. I've done like 7 of these today, but I'm looking forward to one on Thursday. If you still have one available, I'll make a spot for you. So, Atlas on the grind. Where is it? We're probably gonna get some games after stream though. I'm gonna see if I can kidnap Jacob as well. But the point is here is that you want to have the fights happen in your favor. So the best thing I would say is don't put yourself in a spot where you're going to have to use your cooldowns before you're able to take a fight anyway. Have a little patience. If they have to get to corner, they have to get to corner, and then look to use your cooldowns here because then you can actually follow up. But putting yourself in a spot where you're going to have to use your cooldowns immediately and you're not really going to be able to follow up much, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage and you're robbing yourself of your own cooldowns. Also, spicy take, the longer that you have to use your cryo form as May, I think the worse of a cryo it was. That's my spicy take. The longer you're in cryo, the worse of a cooldown it was. I see some of your son's gameplay in my head. Does that make sense, the Rage? I saw how much it gave ult. Rage, does that make sense? You don't want to put yourself into a spot where you're forced to use cooldowns before the fight starts and you don't have any follow-up. The same way that it's really good when you can make the enemy team use their cooldowns without getting much value so they can't follow up. So it goes both ways. If you stayed in longer, they just swarm you. Yes. So my hot spicy take is the longer you put yourself into cryo, the worse the cryo was. The best cryos are the ones that you can use to either mitigate burst damage, cleanse an ability, get a little bit of a dip of sustain and health. It's better to be used as a mitigation tool as opposed to a recovery tool. I'm going to go rank up 5 ranks now. Looking forward to it, Rage. Anywho, thank you very much for the VOD. Plan instant GM, maybe. The plan here is, chat, is that after stream, I'm going to get some food because I haven't really eaten much today. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all the VOD reviews that we did, and I'm going to see if I can chop them up and crank out like a handful of VODs for you guys. I want to start putting a bunch of content on YouTube. We did do our dono goal recently to where we saved up some money in order to get our PC upgrade. Unfortunately, it was not quite what I expected in terms of the sales and deals that I thought I was going to get for this Cyber Monday. So I'm going to have to kind of risk it and see if my PC can handle the load, and just fingers crossed that nothing explodes, because full-length videos need to start happening. They need to. It's been way too long and I need to get the content out. So I'm a little stressed about that, but it's okay. If I win the lottery, we'll be fine. So I'm going to kind of risk it and see if my computer blows up. If it doesn't blow up, we're fine. We're good. But yeah, we're going to start trying to get as many full-length videos as possible out for you guys. So if my PC blows up, I will message y'all off my phone. But I really hope it doesn't. Anywho, with that being said, y'all, thank you so much for the continued support. It means more than you realize. But before I go, as always, please remember, be kind, be humble, be positive, and as always, GG's. I'll see you on the next one.